welcome back hello and welcome back and hopefully you can hear us loud and clear. And for those of us who are just joined the broadcast, I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always I'm going to be calling the action alongside the two-time Asian Women's Champion Irene Sukandar and of course Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
You're doing,
I
great
have
job
all day,
pronouncing.
but
Yeah.
I will call you Miro.
Yeah,
My
thanks
apologies
very much.
for massacring your name. And wow, well, we have, of course, day one of one of the world's strongest opens, the Qatar Masters. It's back after 8 years.
Indeed, yeah.
And what kind of tournament do we have? Because we have, of course, Magnus Carlsen headlining the event and Hikaru Nakamura. And the games have already kicked off. We just saw that Magnus Carlsen had, I would say, a promising position, or his type of position, against his opponent. But let's take a look at the other games. And there we can see that there's all the vibes happening in the playing hall. And let's bring up the analysis board and see how Hikaru Nakamura is getting on.
All right. And on the second board, we have Vantika, a very up and rising star from India, against Hikaru Nakamura. And we are seeing a Catalan on the board right now. And Hikaru just played knight bd7. This is kind of a position where I would say promising a few ideas here. Like before, Mira and I, we just talk about this, and usually after knight bd7, white has some option to go over bishop f4 or keep the bishop on d2 and then play knight c3 instead. But there's some nice idea that after you play bishop f4, this might be the invitation for a pawn storm, g5, f5, and then the attack on the king side. Well, it's not winning, but it will promise the game to be a very exciting, very attacking game. Please, Miro, humor me. Please validate my analysis.
No, that's absolutely right. That's interestingly, that's the way this closed Catalan is played nowadays. Very often, this f5, g5, which, now I'm probably entitled to say back in my days, right? Because I've played the same line with bishop b4 check, bishop e7, against Hikaru back in 2007 with the white pieces. So I similarly know what I'm talking about. And back then, like if someone would play f5, g5 on you, you'd give me this nod, okay, you fella apparently don't understand chess at all. And because it was considered, black has to be like very slow and equalizing and so on and so on. But now, people value initiative all that much. And tactically, it just works. This f5, g5 idea, so it's very common. And delaying castle in this regard helps
Right.
as well.
But it's also very risky, right? Because if it goes wrong, then
Goes wrong
it will be
It's double-edged
completely
for sure,
lost,
yeah.
right? Because I've had positions like this from the black side where I've done this whole gung-ho thing of pushing those pawns forward, and white just calmly sounded the retreat and then broke through in the center. But there's one thing for sure, Hikaru is in a fighting mood.
Yes, and first round, usually we will see some quiet, some peaceful games, but it's not happening currently on the second board, yeah?
I don't think there will be too many quiet games there in the first round, because of course this is the first round where there's big rating disparities. You see Hikaru Nakamura with 2800 or close to 2800, so past, I don't know. And he's playing against someone who's 2430, someone he's expected to beat. But he will have to bring his A game, right, to beat these strong players.
Yes. And also maybe thanks to the Soviet rule here, it will totally decrease the number of draws, because the players are not allowed to agree for a draw below 30 moves unless it's a repetition.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves actually the players are playing at a time control. They'll have 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then they will get a 30-minute time bonus, and of course they will be having a 30-second increment per move. And as Irene mentions, no draw offers allowed until past move 30, so fighting chess.
Are you happy with such a rule, Miro?
Yeah, Well, when I'm playing, a friend, and we know how the game's going to end, that's the only moment I'm unhappy. But as the commentator, of course, and well, it won't stop people from, when both are satisfied with the draw. Obviously, yeah, it won't stop. Doesn't matter. But there was one type of draws very disappointing for the spectators, which absolutely vanished when it's unclear position and both are a bit scared. And there were this type of draws,
Yep.
or you are getting an advantage against a much higher rated player, and you offer a draw, right? Just in case, maybe
Been there, done that.
I'll chop a bit of elo from you, right?
Yep.
So there've been such things, and now no more. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy
Okay.
with those.
So,
Shall we update on the game between Magnus Carlsen and Srihari, and then we can quickly move to the next board letter
Okay.
of Anish Giri?
let's look at how things developed in this game. Magnus Carlsen playing with the white pieces. He has good pawn structure. He has the bishop pair. The only problem that white has in this position is with this dark square bishop.
And the king, yeah? So I guess Carlsen is currently pondering where the king should be. Like, okay, naturally you can do the short castle, but maybe if you want to start attacking on the king side, you can actually start thinking to do the long castle.
Right. So, well, specifically his last move, h2, h3, it kind of hints at 3-3, g4, right? And I'm guessing, yeah, it could be long castle, or, interestingly, what happens if white goes king f1 at some point? So g4 is still valid, I have the rook on h1, and I'm no longer on the e file, and the combination of king f1, bishop d2 maybe allows me to bring the other rook to e1 if I need it, or d1. So I'm not suggesting to go king f1 right off, but yeah, just kind of a potential place for the king on f1,
Yeah.
and then if we want it, we can go to g2. So it could be this.
Yeah, it's certainly the modern way of playing chess. So things looking relatively good, I would say, for Magnus Carlsen there. But of course, we still have a lot of other world-class players in the
Exactly.
field. And if we were to move down to board 3, we can see Anish Giri is facing off against Krishna Rohith. And
We will
Anish
see.
with the white pieces. Let's have a look at how the game started.
Interesting move choice, I would say. Third move c3.
Yeah, not exactly what you would describe as, as an aggressive opening, the
Yep.
3c3, but I think
Kind of like a waiting move, yeah? Because
it's been
but-
played. Yeah.
yeah, it's been played.
But the interesting thing about today's pairings is that a lot of the top players are running the gauntlet of Indian teenagers. And is this the way to kind of kill them with your experience, so to speak? You know, the queen will come out. You're almost playing black, but with that extra tempo.
Yeah, that could be one way of approaching this, but it might not be specifically against the youngsters. Maybe that's,
Just a style, yeah?
you're, you ladies, you're more of an active chess players than I am nowadays. But my feeling is like white, in terms of fighting for an advantage with the white pieces, we are in sort of a crisis. Like whenever you try something, there is always a solid option. So it's one way of approaching it is just like, yeah, I'm guaranteeing myself having a comfortable position with white, right? And maybe like not playing the most principal moves allows me to get the game, right? So what's the point of going, I don't know, 20 moves of theory in some
yeah.
Grunfeld and then asking specifically one question, do you remember this line? And if the answer is yes, there is no game, right? And instead, you can do something like this, which doesn't look all that impressive, but you fight later on.
Right.
Okay, so far I think in this game it's been very quiet, and I think both players are still thinking what type of strategies they're going to employ. And let's jump into the next board.
Yep. Let's just
Yep.
move.
Let's move down, and this time it is Gukash with the black pieces, the rating favorite. And
Yep.
okay,
All good.
all good.
So move 3 was remarkable from Gukash. So he wants to be aggressive with black, right? So b5. It's a very fighting move.
Okay, and after bishop a6, bishop f4, and c6. So what do we know about the C6? Is it a prevention to knight b5?
Yeah, well, so to white c6, we don't know much, to be honest.
Yes.
So if I understand the structure correctly, right? So after this c pawn got exchanged for the b pawn, white's pretty much only option of opening the game up would be e2, e4. Right, and imagine a structure. White gets e4 and the pawns are swapped like d e4. I don't know, let's play rook e1 for white, just in case. Bishop e7 and e4, just to exchange everything. And for this structure, what I want to mention that a4 is actually a move that white perhaps regrets. Right, so the b4 square will be for black's bishop. And after my rook e1, I think bishop b4 immediately is a very decent move. So, well, feels like black should be fine here. Why specifically c6? Yeah, perhaps to stop knight b5, but
Yeah,
it wasn't.
that's a strong bishop on a6 here, and controlling this diagonal. And then I think the only task for black to do right now is to develop the bishop on f8 and castle.
Right, right,
Yeah. And what are we thinking about white's position? Because I got to be honest with you, I am a kind of a pawn grabber by trade, and I'm not liking the fact that the pawn on b2 is a potential liability.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but that's exactly what my thoughts were. Like, am I not scared of getting worse strategically
Yes.
in this position? Because, you know, very often you play the Catalan, you have this safety belt. Like, if it doesn't go well, I'll just trade like cd5, dc5, open two files and swap everything. And here, like, I don't have this option of swapping everything. And I'm starting to think, and what exactly am I supposed to do? Like, do I play knight e5? Do I try to really to go for e4 push?
This, again, it depends on what kind of mood you're in, because if it goes wrong, strategically black will have all the trumps, like a big square on d5, you know, again, pawn on b2 is problematic. Well,
Yeah, this
it
a2
is a discussion that they will be having.
right, but seriously, look, like for this structure, like strangely, a2 a4 is such a, you know, such an annoying move that I've already played. Like I would really love to take it back, even with a loss of a tempo, because it's like it weakens the b4 square. It takes away the square from my knight, right?
So let's take a look at the move number 4 before a4, because it's a4 b4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
So-
so probably if you already push a4, you should have gone into a totally different strategy, not c4, yeah? Because then this a4 is not, I don't think it works very well right now. And yeah, okay, bishop g2, I don't know. Bishop g2 first, c4 could be an option later, and maybe bishop g2, and then followed by some idea, okay, castle, rook e1, and then pushing e4.
play
Yeah, so like
E4.
knight bd2 and then e4, and then use
Exactly.
this square later for the knight if it's possible, because I think that is the whole idea of pushing f4 to weaken the c4 square in the future, but not immediately.
Right.
Okay, so many errors here. To clean it up.
Yeah, there is the button for that.
Yep.
All right, shall we move on?
Yep, let's move on down to board 5, where it is 19-year-old Nordirbek Abdusattorov playing
Yeah.
with the white pieces. And let's have a quick run through how we got there. Oh, are we seeing a Jabova London system?
Naroditsky will be happy to see this.
Yes.
It's a London.
It's
Just-
a job of a London.
It's well,
It's a job of a London.
technically knight c3 after d4 d5. Oh, well, it wasn't
It's
before
knight
d5.
c3 first, not bishop f4. Yeah.
Yeah, but it should be called the Verisov opening.
First
Not
off, yeah.
not the okay. Some people like to call Jabava London, but look at move 5.
That'd be fine.
It is London after all. Knight b5, bishop b4 check, c3.
Bishop f5, a4, a6. Knight goes back to a3.
So we get the London
c6.
structure.
Yep. And after knight f3, knight bd7, and now Nordirbek is still thinking. So knight bd7. What is the idea, Miro?
To develop the knight, huh? Got you there.
Simple is as simple does.
Got you there. No,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
I think that black setup, right, in London, you still want to play e6, e5, I would guess.
But how to do it?
How to do it? So
Or
you
maybe this is a very common idea as well in Italian. If you reverse the color, you want to put the knight on f8 and to g6 before castling.
yeah.
So you
Could
don't.
be. So you
yeah.
save up on. No, that's clever, right?
And then after that you castle. Yeah. So that probably is the idea. I agree. E5. Sooner or later could be like the main idea by black. That's a very good strategy because where else would this bishop on c8 go out, right? Other than this diagonal, so e6 has to be played at some point to e5, and then yeah, this could be what is black is hoping for.
Right. From white's perspective, though, the knight on a3 is somewhat strangely placed, because usually, like in London, you have this knight on d2, so whenever you go knight e5, the other knight goes to f3, and so on. So knight on a3 is a bit stranded, I want to say, and you practically have no option of going c3, c4 in this case, right? Like, with the knight on b1, you would go c4, knight c3. With the knight on d2, you would go c4 and have the option of, I don't know, yeah, knight on a3, I don't like. But overall, yeah, overall still like, playable.
Knights on the edge are never good. Just take that from me. And yeah, I agree. Let's move on. It's looking good, I would say, for black there. And Nordebek has to solve some opening problems. And let's move on down the list because we have some incredible players in this field. And in number 8, it is, sorry.
Venkatesh versus Arjun
Arjun
Erigaisi.
Erigaisi,
So
yes.
all Indian clash for this one, and this so far is my favorite game of the round.
Because talk us through how.
Look at this position, and on the third move already we have g5 on the board. Okay.
Yeah, g7, g5. Would you believe me if I'll tell you that I know this move exists? And there was an article, I think it was an article on You in Chess some years back, if I'm not mistaken, where this was recommended, and no one took it seriously because the whole thing, the 3b4 was like, no one would play it. Like, no one would play the reti if d4 happens. No one would play b2, b4. So it wasn't taken seriously. And then, yeah, and then I took a look at it. I've decided, yeah, okay, it might be clever, but it will never happen in my game anyway. So interesting things, interesting for black specifically, happen if you take on g5, because, well, let's agree, it's sort of a gambit.
So if we take on g5,
Yeah.
I can move it.
E4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's e5.
Sorry, it's
E5,
e5,
yeah.
and then
Right, and then you go back to f3,
okay,
and
take on b4. Oh,
yeah, like takes on
ew,
b4, e5
but
is
knight
still
e5 is
hanging.
there, yeah.
Like I think e4.
Queen a4 and knight
yeah,
e5,
like
yeah.
e4, and
e4.
the question was, once again, I might be lying on live on to to a wide audience, but could it be knight e5? No, it looks like the knight is just trapped with whatever
Bishop
whatever
g7
attacks the
or
knight,
something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah, no,
Uh-huh.
it's terrible.
So it's not.
So maybe
the
it's a
good move.
terrible line.
Oops.
Just remember there was something about knight takes.
So knight g1 back.
No, but then you just take.
Then you
Then
take
just
on
take,
b4 and you
it's,
say,
Yeah.
it's horrible.
happy days.
No, it's
So that is
just-
why g5 shouldn't be taken then.
right.
G5 is...
Yeah, g5's cool.
G5
It
is
is
cool.
a cool move.
Yeah, I like it.
But is it good? I mean, the way that white handled that, white just went h3, right? Which is like what you're going to do when you're surprised in the opening.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not bad though, because like black played g4,
Yes.
and what we have, I would argue, if anything, white's structure is more flexible, right? Queen b3, so he somehow developed knight to d2 later on, right?
Yeah, I think the current position is pretty good and solid for white. I don't see any problem. Well, the bishop on f1, but this is such a temporary problem that can easily be solved by playing g3, bishop g2, and so on. So, and going to the basic principles of chess, right, Miro? I need to count the pawn island. I don't know how relevant that is in the current position, but I'm counting the pawn islands. White has one pawn island.
And black has two. Well,
Black has two.
technically, yeah, I suppose.
I was just going to say, those are the old rules of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. And then
These
now
days, you know, it's all to do with peace activity.
they'll start pushing this h pawn at you. I mean, you'll be counting the pawn islands, and they'll get their pawn on h4, and you know, that's. Yeah, I think white can't be like really bad. White's position can't be really bad, but yeah, black's doing fine.
Black's
I would
doing
guess.
fine. White is doing fine as
Yeah,
well.
so it's all fine.
Yeah.
Peace.
Okay.
Happiness.
Draw grid.
Everyone's
Surely
a
good.
winner. Let's move down to game number 7, where we see Parham Magsudlu facing off against Saidaliev. And Parham, he's in good shape.
He
You know,
is,
he
yes.
helped the Iranian team win gold medal at the Asian Games. Also did very well in the rapid there. And
Yep.
that's
If I'm not mistaken, thanks to his win against Wei when Iran played the Chinese team, that brought such a confidence to the Iranian team. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the 5th round, and after that match, Iran was just, not losing any single match until the end and clinched the gold medal. And it's I think it's quite a huge surprise knowing that their former #1 player in the country, Alireza, was in the team.
no, I mean, Parham playing exceptionally well. And would we consider Parham perhaps a dark horse for this event? Because obviously, you can't. There is Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura in the competition, but can we expect bright things from Parham?
Anyone can be a dark horse in this situation. I would say one of our dark horses in the future of this tournament will be one of the youngsters. I don't know which one yet. I'm looking at the middle boards actually. It could be any of these guys because I played this tournament in 2014. It was the first edition, and where Yu Yangyi won the tournament. Magnus Carlsen only participated and won the tournament in 2015. And I could see so many youngsters back then, and then they were just so excited. Yeah, they were so motivated to play against the world's best. So if the adrenaline took over, they could actually gain 100 rating just by having it. So we will see, and I'm sure there will be many surprises, not necessarily on this round, but just throughout the tournament.
And okay,
Miro, we need your expertise now.
On this line.
On this line, yes.
Ah,
So
that's
that's a pawn sacrifice that we're currently seeing on the board.
Yeah,
Like
but-
after d4, c d4, knight d4, knight e5.
I
What can
think
you
it
tell us
must
about it?
be, It must be well known.
it is
Must
well
be
known.
well
I'm
known.
taking a look at the database,
Like
and it's
like
saying lots of games.
first games might be like even like 80s, 1980s. That is.
1980s.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, you're almost right. Yeah, no, you are. It was
Wow.
the first game in the database, according to this one. It's Anthony Miles,
Anthony Miles.
England's first Grandmaster,
Right.
against Anatoly Karpov in
Oh.
1977.
77. Okay. Right, but I think back then, I want to say they were playing something different, like f6, bishop e3. Was it queen e7 the move, for instance? I think on move 11. Like on move 11, it could be that the
Instead of knight e7, yeah?
yeah, like instead of knight or knight f7. Yeah, there is the other line, like knight f7, you kick the queen away, queen d2, then play d6, and I think that was played like relatively recently on high level, like possibly in Rajabov Ding in the final of the World Cup. Anyway, so after knight f5, the current position on the board, I'm not sure what the move is. Could it be queen b4, queen c5? I don't think you go. Wanted to say I don't think you go for an endgame. And right when I was pronouncing it, Magsudlu captures on d8.
Commentators curse, but you were absolutely right according to the database. Queen b4 was the main line, queen c5 second choice. Not many people have actually captured the queen, and
But
Yeah, there's an awful lot of draws in the
wait a
position
so,
for black.
but how does that work? I can reliably guess black's next move, which is capture the queen with the knight.
You passed the test.
Are you sure?
Right. Then white goes bishop c7, and this way c4 cannot be captured, right? So either knight captures c4, black loses a piece. So after bishop c7, I'm not sure. Knight goes to f7, king goes to e7, something. So pretty much the endgame, white's pawn down, but with two bishops, and I suspect strong initiative.
Yep. But what can we tell about the time difference? Look at this. Parham has spent 30 minutes while his opponent merely doesn't spend anything. Yeah, because there's some additional 30 seconds each move, and looks like Parham just went straight into preparation, and maybe bishop d8 is not the preparation because now black is kind of thinking.
Right, but
Oh.
you know, like if you start spending time in the opening, it's not always the bad thing, right? Because it could be that the whole line is considered not the best for black, and it kind of explains why you have to think. You did not repeat, you did not expect this specific line, because maybe you think that, yeah, white's better here, so why would he play it? And yeah, when you face it on a board, obviously you have to refresh your knowledge, and sometimes it's also a guessing game, right? I understand this line happens, and I'm thinking, okay, it used to be bad for black, so what could he possibly prepare, right? So, and that sometimes explains, like, people thinking on move 5, even though he knows it till move 20.
Right.
Right. So
It's the mind game element. And, well, we will see how Parham copes with this position with the white pieces. He is a pawn down, remember, and it is an endgame. But let's again focus on our journey around the top 10, because there's super exciting players. And number 8 is Lagunov against Van Foreest. And Jordan, of course, has a creative style, very thematic in the opening. And is that a Caro-Kann
Yeah,
from
it's a
Jordan?
Caro-Kann.
Normally I see Jordan trying to refute the Caro-Kann. And no, well, you know what they say about, if you can't beat him, join him.
Join him.
Join
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
Okay, so this looks like still quite a peaceful position, I would say. There will be lots of strategical battles here. Not tactical yet, and I think a pair of knights are better in this type of position, right? Because it's kind of like a closed position. But you never know. Maybe white will try to open up and use the pair of bishops. Like perhaps like b3, bishop a3 could be an idea now.
Yeah. But I'm
Perhaps
going to
to
let
kinda
you
stop
in on
the
a secret.
castle,
I,
yeah.
as the Caro-Kann player,
Yep,
I
yep.
love this position for black. It's
Okay.
absolutely beautiful. You know, because if you go b3 to try to catch the king in the center, the black king goes, well, I'm one move away from castling, and off it goes. And then it's just all about seizing the space. I mean, black has everything. You can push the pawn to c5 and get the knight out to c6. And also, it is black that controls the pawn breaks as well. Black is the one going to be going f7, f5, if they want to. And even c5, c4. So, and just take a look at white's bishop pair. I mean, the dark square bishop is good, but then, you know, it has a counterpart on g7. But the bishop on e2, that is a stinker.
Yeah, not a great bishop by any means. I was wondering, with white's last move, d2, d3, he kind of deliberately accepts that the bishop is going to be locked behind, right? So why not bishop c4? Was it an option to just go bishop c4, d3? Because now what we have is sort of a King's Indian structure, like in the center, reversed, but then white literally, like if we imagine King's Indian structure, that the way white arranged his pieces makes absolutely no sense.
Yep.
What the queen's doing on f3, what the rook's doing on d1. So
That's a mystery to me
Yeah.
now.
no, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And also
then-
just to be cheeky. If
Right.
the black knight were to move, Oh. The old scholar's mate would be.
Scholar's mate. Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
D3 and black goes C5.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
putting the
makes
knight on
sense.
C6 soon. Yeah.
Right. I would probably question White's rook D1, and then
Playing D3.
even
yeah.
then, like, yeah, maybe, you know what, maybe the bishop on E2 belongs to D1, interestingly. I don't like to move the rook, but like, if we imagine White
The rook on
kind of
F1.
playing C3 and the rook is somewhere else, then bishop D1, bishop B3 at least would be, you know, an improvement to this guy.
I have another idea. Let's say we imagine this position with, okay, this pawn on D3, but having the rook on F1. And then we can just move the queen to G3 and push the
Yeah,
pawn on F4. This could
yeah.
be a better idea, I would say.
Right, F4, of course, is
I think
something
it's the
that's...
only plan for White. And what would be our assessment of this position? Caro-Kann works as an opening.
Caro-Kann works.
Caro-Kann works in this line, yeah, in this line for
Yeah,
sure.
I have to start reading your book, Yovi, because I'm not a Caro-Kann player at all. So, yeah, by reading it, maybe I know how to beat Caro-Kann.
Okay.
It's a very solid opening. Back in the day, it's an opening that you want to get some equalization, but now you can actually play for a win with Caro-Kann. Yeah,
Of course.
of course.
Yeah, once again, I think it works this way simply because White struggles on the main directions, main lines,
Yeah.
and goes for more and more sidelines. You know, I'll try this, I'll try that. Because still, if White would go E4, D4, Knight C3, you know, take on E4, like this old boring, how do you win with black there? I mean, you really can't.
You just hold and
Yeah,
you
you
say,
hold and hope, yeah.
I've equalized, my friend. Okay, well, it's looking good for Jordan with the back pieces in this particular
Absolutely.
position. And let's quickly take a look at Nihal, how he's doing with the white pieces, and Vladimir Fedoseev with the black pieces. Maybe we just take the position as is.
Yep.
And Nihal,
These are...
I would say, looking great.
These are very hard positions, like you know, to describe what goes on. I mean, it's a long. It's a very, how to say? I want to say classical, even though there is nothing classical about it. Like, but there's two bishops, and your plan is obviously to go E3, E4, but in the right moment. And when this right moment comes, you never know. Right.
And also there's already a pawn push on A3, so this rook on A1 is kind of tight over it.
Yeah.
Well, looking like a Moran position, but with this type of structure, I think I would take black, to be honest.
Yeah, that's an interesting
Okay.
take. I mean, I wouldn't agree with you. Like, if White wants to be solid,
Yeah.
there is one more way of playing it, which is C5
Okay.
F4.
Okay. Yeah, there is a possibility of just pushing on the left side of the board. But I would snap judgment, say, better for White. White has the bishop pair, has the possibilities when opening. And maybe we should revisit Magnus at the top of the table. We haven't checked in on him in a while. He had the bishop pair, he had a nice comfortable pawn structure. We were talking about fancy king moves, castling by hand, as we say in chess. But we see, Magnus, he's just castled. But still there is the pressing issue of what to do with the dark squared bishop. And
Maybe he was hesitant, because I was trying to make sense of this move H3. Normally you would like to go for G4 and open up the king side. Otherwise, if you want to castle, could you just do it now?
Right, you could.
So, okay, H3, or maybe he just changed his mind right after he saw this. I don't know, maybe maybe he didn't see some line that he saw before. After castling and now H5, maybe trying to play H4. But Carlsen allowed it, so rook E1 was on the board, and E4 is going to be the menu for White soon.
Right, so now the question would be how scared am I of e4 as black, right? Because there are ways to stop e4. The going knight e4 would be one of them. Yeah, now, well, a tiny important difference, because I keep comparing this position with the other one that we've mentioned from the main line, where you would have the pawn on a4 with white, right? And then b4 square is always for black, and then
Yeah.
this setup with knight on c3, rook on e1, you can always go bishop b4 and pin the knight and stop the e4. Here with pawn on a3, white has or on a2, white has a2, a3. So knight e4, I don't see
Knight
why it's
e4.
bad.
Why
Yeah.
don't we just put it up on the board so we can...
Yeah, don't see why it's bad.
Okay. And
'Cause-
so the first move to calculate, I guess, would be what happens if you capture the knight, change the pawn structure. What happens if you try to play around that piece? I mean, first up, I don't think I would be doing this one because it feels too accommodating.
yeah, like knight takes, pawn takes.
Yep.
I wasn't happy with.
Where will
Like,
the queen go? Yeah.
Yeah, like where the queen goes. Like I couldn't find it. You know, sometimes you just feel, okay, I do this, this, and queen goes, and this is missing here. Like I'm not happy with the queen on g2 or e2. Yeah. So
But what else can white do after rook e1 and then
knight
knight
e4.
e4?
Could it be g4 then?
Yeah, that,
Immediately?
Oh, but it's
that
too.
felt too loose because
Yeah,
I mean,
knight
immediately I was
G5
thinking
and
knight
stuff,
takes
yeah.
knight and then capture all the pawns and you've lengthened the dark squared bishop on d6. So what happens if you just play around that piece? You just go knight e2 and park the knight on f4 and then go b3, bishop b2,
Right, but
something.
Yeah, but there must be something about bishop b4 and then put the knight on d2 unless you play rook d1. That could be the idea. And also, black is looking okay here, like knight bd7, knight f6, bringing the pieces up.
Yeah. Now I think well, it's strangely like after knight e4, why I'm looking at moves like g4. It's not because I like it. Just the feeling is like if you don't do something immediately, next couple of moves,
Yeah.
black will bring the other knight to f6, and he's super solid. I mean that was the reason I was looking for
Yeah.
this weird continuations.
Do you know something very similar happened to me just now, actually, in the European Club Cup? So I had a very normal position, and I really wanted to make the move g2, g4. And I could feel that I have a weak, that this is a very risky decision, that I could be like either burning all my bridges or, this is a very good move on the same ground that Miroshnichenko was talking about. And anyhow, I spend 25 minutes, I play it, and it's literally the worst move on the board.
So I suspect my g4 is one of the worst moves on the board.
No,
then.
no, no.
Yeah, but
No, I get what you're kind of saying. You need to perhaps accelerate the play. I mean, could you play with that idea in mind and first of all go king g2?
yeah, like somehow preparing.
And
But I
prepare
mean,
g4.
it's really strange position. Yeah, after knight e4. You know what? I like your theory, Irene, about Magnus kind of with his move h3 looking for g4 or something, and then this castle wasn't the logical follow-up, but he kind of changed his mind
Yeah.
because it doesn't add up that well.
Doesn't
Like
add
you
up.
wanted to castle, you can decide on h2, h3 later, but castle first, right? I mean, it doesn't really look well. Yeah, so we'll see. His young opponent though did not play knight e4 yet. So maybe there is something. Knight e4.
Let's figure it out. I was thinking of playing bishop d3, but it doesn't really help because rook e8
Rook e8 is
just
there,
simply
yeah.
rook e8 and black's fine.
You can't really force
And how to get this bishop on c1 out? Yeah, that's the problem. Or maybe playing very slowly, like what you said, Yuvi. Knight e2. This can be also an idea, but is this something that white wanted to play anyway? I doubt it so much
Yeah.
because this is totally also not Carlsen's type of playing. Okay, knight e4. Yeah, I still don't see anything after that. No, G4. Let's vote for this move. G4.
G4.
Okay, then we have to put it up on the board
Let's
because
do it.
because I didn't like it.
Yep.
Because the first move that I would be playing is like knight takes knight.
After G4. I mean,
And then
who started by suggesting it? Was it me? I mean, well,
Definitely not me.
I'm not
but
sure
this
if
is
I
also
qualify.
maybe why I was thinking you can go king G2 first,
Yeah.
so that the rook is ready to go back to its original square and go rook H1, right?
Look, like once you put it on the board, it looks like a terrible move.
Oh, I
Sounded
saw,
like a cool idea though.
I saw some funny idea here. Like if you play knight G5 and then queen G2, and then you kind of wanting to exploit the fact that the rook here on E1 is hanging by playing F4, and then you just play E4, and there's F3 trying to trap the queen, but unfortunately there is bishop G5. And after this, and then white just wins a pawn, an extra pawn.
Probably the game as well because E5, knight E4, and you just win.
Yeah. So that is probably what Srihari is currently thinking.
So we
sure.
found one line where G4 works. Right?
Yep. So G4,
So,
because what else can be done here?
okay, realistically, how bad for black would be to say take on G4 with the H pawn,
Okay.
take the knight, and go Queen G5, and say I'm winning a pawn. Because I think it's not that straightforward.
And queen G5 like this, but there's
Yeah, like
E4.
E4. Yeah, you go E4.
Takes this,
Takes,
this,
and
then E5, yeah?
Either E5, maybe even like
E5?
slower King G2.
No,
E5.
let's
E5.
kill.
Straightforward, yeah.
Let's
go.
straight for the kill.
E5.
E5, and then bishop goes C7 or E7.
Both are kind of dangerous, right?
Yeah, because this bishop is kind of tricky now on C1. It can go to A6, oh sorry, A3 or H6. Yeah.
You win the pawn back.
This
Yeah,
rook also goes here.
that was silly idea.
Yeah, so this, even though white is down a pawn, I like the position so much.
Yeah, this one is good for white. So wait 1 second. So let's kind of be very precise about it. G4.
The more I see it, the more I like it.
Yeah,
These G4 moves.
and the queen on F3 is a great defender as well. So, like, can you take once? Pawn H takes G4,
Okay, and H takes.
and now you can go. So the move I really want, it's like queen to H4.
Queen H4.
But at the minute it gives a pawn, and I'm not sure about giving up a pawn.
Yeah, this is interesting, but it's unfortunately not a checkmate idea here, because after here the king can just escape to E2, and
Yeah.
the rook is going to for a kill, I guess, to H1, and it's going to be very dangerous for black. But yeah, naturally this move is something that I would also look at. But I think it doesn't.
Knight takes knight.
Knight takes knight, yeah. And then after this, just simply
Queen takes
takes
pawn.
this.
Just take the pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Threaten queen
And
takes
then there's
pawn on
nothing.
G6.
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Or maybe you don't give a check because if you go knight D7 instead of Queen H2, is it
Knight D7?
that bad?
Queen
Like
takes
knight-
pawn check.
Ah,
Ah,
well,
tactics.
G6, oh,
Tactics.
brilliant.
tactics happens
Brilliant.
every
Someone's
time.
blind despite
Yes.
wearing the glasses, huh? Queen G6.
And after here, and
Yeah.
can you
yeah.
take it?
The-
Yeah, can you
You
Yeah.
take the bishop.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
And
you
after this, just this, yeah? And that's it.
run
King-
away.
Run
Yeah.
away.
I mean, if you want, you could play Queen G3, right?
Queen
So
G3
King
works too,
F1,
I guess, yeah.
Queen G3.
But okay, King F1, I think it's just way better.
Anyway, we're discussing a position with white's up a piece.
Yep. Okay, so after knight e4, g4. Okay, so I think that is going
G4.
to be the move if black played knight e4. Alternately, what can black do besides playing knight e4? To stop
To stop E4 or
stop
to...
e4.
Do you,
Wait a
do you
second.
need to stop e4? That's also a question to answer.
Yeah. And do we stop E4 by playing other moves?
Well, you can play, first of all, if you decide that e4 is a problem, you can go rook e.
Rook
E8.
e8. Well, that's
Simple is as
that's
simple
fair.
does.
That's fair. Rook e8.
It's also
Oh well, does it stop though? E4 and take and f7
F7
is
is
hanging.
hanging.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
not saying.
right, okay, let's just put that up
Let-
on the
let's
board
put
to
it-
show
let's
put it up,
everyone.
yeah.
No, honestly, I'm not sure. I'm
E4
just trying
Takes
to.
here, takes here.
Yeah,
This
like
is what
knight
we are
takes,
talking
knight
about.
takes, rook
sacrificing
takes,
it, and then
takes on
here.
f7.
And
Maybe it's just one check.
But you can
Oh,
you
it's a
can take the
dangerous
bishop
one.
out now.
The bishop goes out to G5.
to G5 or to
Oh.
H6.
Yeah,
It's
like bishop
possible too.
h6 feels like winning.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
G5 is also winning. How do you stop it?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can go knight,
Both-
yeah.
both
You have to
are
go
Both are
knight
good.
D7.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, bishop G5, bishop H6. Okay, let's put one of them. Bishop H6, queen here. How to stop it? Rook cannot go to G8.
Oh, wait a second. Bishop h6.
Get
When I suggest the move, you have to double check it because there is queen e7 in this case. And usually bishop g7 would be a checkmate. And that's what like the pattern is with the
That
pawn on
is
h7. You go bishop h6, right? And the bishop g7 is a checkmate, but here it's
Okay,
not.
I can take on the G6. Let's continue.
Yeah, maybe you can continue there. But anyway, let's agree that
Bishop G5.
like rook e8 is not an easy move to play, right? I mean, when you start seeing these variations, even if they somehow work for black, right? You don't do this easily. You look for an easier solution, and then your easier solution could be let's pin the knight, bishop b4, but then there is still e4. I'm thinking. And it might still break down to this critical line of knight e4 g4. Strangely,
Yeah.
so can we check if bishop b4 played instead of rook e8 because I
Let's do it.
suspect e4 is still a thing.
Bishop B4 and then E4. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean sounds a bit crazy, but
Okay,
Okay.
let's take the bishop first, maybe.
exactly. But, oh, maybe we could take knight takes. I'm trying to be maximalist here.
And then like this, yeah.
knight
Yeah.
e4. Yeah, maybe it was too much.
But you can actually delay your e4 because black will have to calculate that after bishop b4. You can actually just kick back that bishop with a3.
So bishop B4 and
A3 is.
A3.
A3.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm not a complex person. I'm very straightforward.
Right.
I like it too. Yeah, I like it too. Yeah. And now it's a question, what does this bishop do? If you take on C3, I mean, now
Yeah,
it
then
clarified the position and white is just standing better. Yeah, you just push A4, for example, put the bishop on A3. But if it doesn't take on C3, then what does the bishop on B4 doing? Like after bishop B4, A3.
Yeah, right you are. Right you are. I was, for whatever reason, I thought kind of capturing on c3, going knight e4 will be good, but it's probably not. Yeah, just a4, bishop
A4.
a3, and it does look very annoying for black. So it could be that, in fact, after rook e1, black has to, yeah.
yeah, maybe black has to just accept the complications after knight e4 and g4. Seems to be the best that we found for black. Shall we move on down to Hikaru's game?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see how it
They
goes. And
have some
we
funny
left it
structure.
off. We left it off here after knight d7, and Vantika decided not to deal with all these pawn storm ideas and then just played knight c3. This is also one of the most solid option by white. And f5 was played. Knight e4, f takes e4, knight e5, knight takes, d takes, and castle. And I think we're seeing a very solid pawn structure in the center by black. We have 4 pawns on the e file mirror.
Right. If we want it to be a record, we have to swap the bishops on e3.
Yeah. And then put another bishop on e3. I mean on e7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so
yeah, but like on a serious note, it's a strange looking position because I'm guessing once again. I mean, for whatever reason, I feel like white is the one who needs to be quick here. Like if you give black time.
time to get
So-
this bishop out. Maybe,
Yeah, like the question is time for what, and it could be that time for bishop d7, e8, and so on.
G6,
Either
yeah.
G5 or G6 or H5, yeah. So if you let black organize his forces a little bit, I would start prefer black structure.
And also the e5 pawn
Yeah,
is
the
potentially
E5 pawn,
weak,
yeah. There'll be questions about the E5 pawn, yeah. So unless you go like F4 immediately, again, not sure if you want to do it, but could it be kind of the main theme here? If you just go F4? Because I wanted,
A4.
yeah, like F4. No,
F4.
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 I wanted to suggest F3, but then realized there might be no threats. Like F3, and what do you do? Do you seriously take on E4? Then black goes D4. If you're talking about funny
Oh,
pawn structure on the
so
E
funny.
file.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, let's
Yeah,
see.
like you
F3,
go F3,
and then bishop d7. Let's say.
yeah, and he
and
says
then
can't
takes
be
on
bothered.
e4 and then d4 like
D4,
this. Yeah?
and I'm saying I'll open the file. I go E3, and you go D3,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's frustrating.
Yeah.
It is a little bit frustrating, but you know, as a member of the Pawn Grabbers Association, I'm going to argue that these pawns control a lot of
A
squares.
lot of squares. Which I would honestly, I would agree with
Let
you.
me draw let me draw lots of arrows for all the squares that these pawns are controlling, okay?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this one, and these are quite important squares actually. Look at that.
Yeah, like right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, he was obviously stretching it a bit when I said that E3 will be met with D3. But one pawn down, I'm not sure if black is so unhappy. Because you don't have the knights on a board, right? So usually those double pawns in the middle, what they do, they restrict the knights very much. Here, like E4 pawn restricts our own bishop. So I'd argue black might be not that unhappy. He's probably not better here, but yeah, it might be a playable position.
Yeah. So, story short, yeah, gaining another pawn in such a position is not onto white's favor. So what if white just played such a normal move, developing move, bishop e3, rook a d1, you know, playing in the center? I think white should still be doing fine, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I do feel that white has to do something now.
Rook a to d1 was played.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rook a to d1
That's
was
good.
played. Yeah,
I think
that's cool.
she probably has the idea of going f3, f4, but
I think Vantika should be thinking about this move prior to all this trading in the center, because that type of trading is quite committal. Yeah, because you know that this e5 pawn will forever be a weakness, and white has to do something. And I think rook a d1 is such a cool move to make, because we were thinking white should be quite aggressive right now, you know, doing something very fast, but no. White is taking its time, and then rook a d1 followed by maybe some other developing move.
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest with you, because you know black does have the option of actually attacking this weak pawn on e5 immediately with queen
Queen to
c7
c7.
or something that just jumps out. And then the question is, how are you going to defend that pawn? Do you have to contort your pieces into
Yeah,
like, put
well-
the bishop on c3 or?
Probably you put the bishop on c3. How bad is it, though? Is it bad at all?
I don't think it's
Put the
bad.
bishop on c3, and then still you're looking for f2, f3, and stuff.
What would be your take if white could have an opportunity to set up the position like bishop e3, put on c5, and then bishop on d4? And whenever you push something like b6, I can always have d4, and then closing the center, and then we have this little move like f3.
Sounds like a dream.
I
This is like
Like
Yeah, right.
1000%.
strategical point, yeah. That you're almost like a pawn up, right?
Yeah.
So d5 pawn will be blocked and like not relevant. But can you achieve this? That's always that's always a question. Like
I'm not a Catalan player. I play against Catalan, and I would say I don't know how to evaluate this position. Like in the first glance, I like black because black has such a clear idea. Yeah, bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop g6, for example. But now, the more we talk about white's plans, white actually has pretty solid plans, and it's not very easy to anticipate it.
Yeah, definitely white has a very solid position. And also one thing in Vantika's favor is that Hikaru cannot choose the equalizing lines as well. You know, he has to seek those complications,
Some imbalance.
imbalance,
Lines, yeah.
something to just get those winning chances. And let's take a quick peek at the game between Anish Giri, because there we saw Anish play very solidly, and
We have
now
G4.
not solid.
Not solid.
Yeah, he was playing solidly, but up to a point, right? So on move 8, I think
Okay,
it's
let's
knight
take-
h4.
Let's take a look. I think we
Yeah.
left off at this position after knight bd2 castle, knight h4, c6 takes on f5, takes on f5, bishop e2, a5, and h3. Now we're looking at a consistent plan by white after playing h3 and g4 is on the board. Unlike the first board on this tournament, Magnus has been hesitant, yeah?
Yeah,
So,
that's what Magnus wanted to do, right? That's what Magnus wanted to have g4. He didn't like it in his game, but here it works. I think it works magically. Yeah, and honestly, not sure if, say, a7, a5 was to the point. Like, do you want to go a4 and force the queen to c2, where it's probably happy to be? Yeah, I'd say I'd be very happy playing this one with white.
me too, yes.
Like, unless black is planning to take the pawn, which is, but it can't be taken, right? So h f
Oh.
take.
On the board.
It is on the board?
And this is one thing that we see with the new generation, especially all those young Indian teenagers. They are willing to make these, what at first appears quite a dubious decision based on just complete calculation.
Right.
Okay, now are we going to see knight takes pawn?
Yeah, that's what Yase would say. Like, if he was in the Soviet, he would be expelled from Botvinnik school for even considering this move, right? But no, seriously, there might be the critical line, because otherwise, if you, once again, I'm not saying anything, it could be a bad move, but otherwise, White's just kind of strategically has very comfortable position, and you pretty much don't have a say with black. Like, you have to be very careful, and so you're getting under attack. Here, well, it'll be sharp.
Yeah, and well, this is actually fascinating. So now that the pawn has been recaptured, let's take a deep dive, right? Knight takes pawn.
Knight
Yeah.
takes pawn. Let's do it.
Knight takes pawn.
I mean, I would be shocked if black didn't play knight takes pawn, because after all, you've just opened up a line against your king, and that is not good news. So you might as well get a pawn for your woes. Okay, now what is white's continuation? Is it to go drop the queen back to c2? Is it just to give up another pawn and more material? Is a knight going to join into the attack? Knight f3?
That's a lot of, yeah, that is a boring way as well. Like, you could consider taking g4 and b7 and say, I'm
yes.
a pawn grabber
Oh.
now.
Yeah, yeah.
Pawn Grabber Association. Speaking
Right,
of,
like,
yeah, yeah.
takes,
Okay,
takes,
it
takes
looks like Miro is
b7.
a paid-up member as well. Okay, knight.
I'm an honorary member.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of exchanging my good bishop, a potentially good bishop like this.
But there's more pawns for
That's
grab.
more pawn
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
grab,
come
yeah?
on, take
this.
again.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I wasn't sure. Like, it does look a bit scary, right? But if it works, it just works.
Yeah. So, okay, queen c6, and now you want to grab another pawn on d5, yeah?
Well, no, it depends. It depends what you're going to play.
Okay, so I have to do something with the knight, maybe. Knight f6. I think that looks like a logical move to make.
Yeah, knight f6 feels good.
Yeah, because the queen is good on g4, yeah? It's stopping you to the long castle.
Yeah.
So knight f6 maybe it.
Right, but since b8 is covered, maybe a move like queen b5 to e2 is something that I could consider.
And knight g4 is on the board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
knight g4 is on the board, so we
Accepting
will
the challenge.
Right.
So, yeah, what to do in this position? as white.
I thought F3, to be honest.
After
F3
King G2 and
and then-
castle.
Yeah. Then I can castle.
Yeah.
And if you don't go Queen G2, then King is going to come to F2.
Mhm.
And then I'm kind of playing without my queen. I realize that, but
No, no, it's good. It's good. It's a queen. Where the queen's going?
Queen F5 then.
Yeah,
Queen
could be
F5
queen F5.
and castle.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
Wait, wait.
okay.
Rook to C8.
Rook C8 and then Queen somewhere and Bishop A3. How
No,
about
but
that?
this somewhere is A4, not
Ah.
cooperating, you know. But it still
Sure.
looks dangerous,
Looks
right? I mean,
dangerous,
this
yeah.
one exactly what
did
you
you
don't
have
want
to
to
put
do.
the king on that side of the board? I wanted to sit it on
Joey,
F2.
you're right. Yeah, you're
Oh,
right.
okay,
F3 and then you choose.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah,
queen goes
yeah.
to F5, of course King F2 is much safer.
King F2 like this, yeah?
Yeah,
no,
unless the queen
that's
comes
clever.
into D3 and then...
No, but now it's us who will be attacking, right? Why don't we play King E2 then?
Oh yeah, King E2, yes,
E2
yes.
got some squares.
Yep. King A2.
Still. I mean, that's sharp. This is not...
What about Bishop A3? I don't know why I like this move. Bishop A3, attacking B2 and attacking F4.
Yeah, this is
Can
a
we do that?
wild
E3,
position.
well,
Bishop
that's
E5,
forward,
right?
right?
And then...
Bishop E5 and... Yeah, no, I mean, that's...
Yeah, it feels like white is turning it around.
We shouldn't be, we shouldn't be looking at such variations without computer assistance because, like, it's every second
Yeah.
move. I'm sure it's a
Maybe the
terrible
eval bar will
mistake.
be
Yeah,
like,
we're
you know.
missing the evaluation bar, right?
Yeah,
right.
we'll get it later. Okay, so things are quite dynamic here on this game. So it could turn anything. Like,
Yeah, but maybe like we've quickly passed this moment where we had alternatives,
You know,
right?
I-
Because after knight G4,
I checked the engine. The
Mhm.
engine says best move in this particular position is bishop takes knight.
bishop takes knight.
Bishop
Yeah,
takes knight.
and literally it was
The
the
G4
line.
knight, not the B8.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. I mean,
Yeah,
engine tends to surprise people at
Yeah,
times,
that's
you know.
true.
sure.
So-
Queen G4 and then followed by Queen B7, like what we discussed.
Just exactly what we discussed.
Wow.
Wow.
And
the
after
hu-
knight D7, Queen takes C6 and knight F6
Yep, this is the main.
and F3.
Yeah. Oh my goodness!
Even
really?
F3?
F3. Yeah, we got
Wow.
that one
So
right.
that's why they hire us, huh? You know,
Yes.
we know a thing or two.
Yeah. And then where is the best square for the queen right now?
Yeah.
Is it F5 like
Probably
what we
F5.
talk about
Probably
or somewhere
F5.
else? F5. F5 looks natural. F5 looks natural. But okay, let me show you some cheapo here, okay?
Right?
Queen G6.
G6.
So it prevents you from playing King F2.
Oh, well.
Just
That's clever.
some cheapo.
That's clever.
And it maintains the control over this diagonal, yeah? So if
And King
if
E2,
King
Queen
E2 is not
G2.
possible because there's
Wow.
Queen G2. So this
Might
could
be a
it.
very clever move.
I know.
Might be a very clever move.
So it's not, well, I think, I don't know how to evaluate this position, but Queen G6 might be the move.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to argue, since Anish is thinking, right, so he didn't take on G4 just yet, and how, well, we already know this information that Bishop G4 is the best move, but like from human standpoint, are you not kind of tempted to go some sort of, say, combination of moves? Queen to C2, F2, F3, castle long, and then say I have a huge attack, have two open files.
That
So-
move looks more natural to me. If I were white, I would play Queen C2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
would you agree? Like, yeah, I mean, so usually this pawn is sacrificed not to win the B7 pawn back. Usually you sacrifice to say to go for a checkmate. So
Yeah.
once again, I don't know, maybe there is some, say, tactics for black, which I'm not aware of, but yeah, like Queen C2, plain and simple,
Yeah,
threatening
Queen
Queen
C2.
A7. yeah,
Yeah.
and then,
Queen C2, and how do you protect H7, yeah?
yeah, like, so you probably go G6, no?
If you go
Or-
G6, okay. Yeah.
Go G6, and that's what I thought, like G6, say F3,
F3, yep. Knight goes back, and
knight
then
goes
castle.
back, and yeah, castle long, or
Castle long, yeah, just to clarify,
Castle
yeah?
long
Not
or-
castle
or-
short.
oh yeah, well, technically,
Gotcha.
that's funny, that's funny, yeah, listen,
How is it? Testing your own medicine?
right.
Yeah, cast so long, and well, it's a game. It's a game. I
Yeah.
mean, white is down a pawn, but it's a promising tactical ideas for white, and black has just to prove whether a pawn is enough to define the position.
Yeah. Well, very interesting fight ahead for Anish Giri. He's down a pawn, but he certainly has the initiative. And now that the players are all out of the opening stage,
Hmm.
do you think it's a good time to take a short break?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we are going to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we are going to catch up with more of the chess action in a few minutes. Hello, and welcome back to our coverage of round one, the Qatar Masters Open, one of the strongest opens in the world. And we've got off to a very exciting start with a lot of the top players actually showing us that they're in good form, they're in good shape. And I have very good news for both you, Irene, and Miro, because before the break, we were analysing the game between Magnus Carlsen and Srihari, and we expected Magnus to play very dynamic chess. And guess what? He did. So let's take a deep dive into what's happened.
Yes. So the position after rook e1 is where we left off, and then we're contemplating what black was going to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so once again, a view on a playing hall right before we'll have the analysis. Well, yeah. So that's the one.
Yes, so rook e1, and we tried so many moves here for black, rook e8, bishop b4, and of course we discussed about knight e4 being the main move, and turns out black did it. So black played knight e4, and as we also expected, g4 was played, and after having this position, hg, hg, and now black is again thinking what to do next.
So, well, it didn't change much, right? We pretty much discussed the position, but like, if I remember correctly, the moment Carlsen played rook e1, black had 1 hour something on his clock. So he spent already half an hour in those two, well, you would say, relatively natural moves, and he keeps thinking. So the position is not as easy as one would think, yeah. And the more you look at it, the more you think, yeah, black can find the next move. You understand, yeah, perhaps this idea of g4 is just good. So it's either good news for us, Jovi, or bad news for them, if we are guessing commentators.
Well, actually, I checked the computer analysis during the break, and it's excellent news for us. We should be out there playing. That's what it's telling us, because g4 is actually 1 plus 1.7
Wow.
White's favour. So Magnus in complete control. Things are looking excellent for him. And whereas we left you with Anish Giri, and I think we also had our prediction game on point there as well, because things have developed exactly as we expected them, with Anish grabbing that pawn on b7 after trading the bishop for the knight. And let's move down and revisit some of the other games. So, of course, we have lots of fabulous players in the field. Gukash, Nordibek, and then Eric Geisy. Let's have a look at a 17-year-old Gukash.
Let's see it. Gukash. I need to find where it is.
He's on
oh, it's on
board
board
4.
of course. I don't know why I was looking down the line.
Well, he's top rated now.
Top rated, obviously, yep. And okay, what do we say about this position, Miro?
Right, remember we briefly touched it after, say, knight move c6 somewhere, but yeah, structure did not change much. So white eventually got to play e2, e4, which I've mentioned, sort of, you know, the only possible break in the position. Turns out it's not, it's not much of a break, right? Because black chose not to react to this.
Yes, and black has a very solid pawn structure in the center. Well, both of them, Miro, maybe some news for you. Both of them have 2 pawn islands.
Yeah, fair enough. So,
Yep.
knight back, knight back, knight back. Bishop f4, queen to b6 was the last move I've
Yes,
seen.
and rook a b1.
Rook a to b1. So, hint at playing b2, b4 possibly, if allowed.
Yeah. No, it's looking nice, isn't it?
Right, yeah, well, so, what does black do here?
Maybe put the bishop on b4, just stopping this idea.
Physically stopping the
Yeah.
break. Yeah. So bishop to b4, and if knight... Well, so as not as black, but as Gukash, you have this problem that bishop b4, knight a2, you don't want to go back to e7. Simply because the nature of this open tournament, you know, first round, you
Right.
being much higher rated. So this could be, that's not the situation top players often find themselves in, right? I mean, usually you play with black, you've offered repetition, you don't have the reason to, not to go for it.
And we could see in the camera that Gukash did make a move, and it didn't look like it was bishop b4. I'm thinking it was rook moving
Rook move to
to d8.
fd8, yeah.
Interesting move there from Gukash. He's getting prepared for capturing that pawn in the middle of the board. I was also wondering whether Gukash would be really aggressive and play moves like g7, g5, but okay, that was perhaps one step too far. And the big question is, like you guys highlighted, I mean, is b4
Is
that
it possible to
much?
play it now?
Yeah, like I have two questions, like is b4 a move and is b4 a good move?
Right.
Like b4, bishop b4, knight a2 seems to work tactically.
But
right?
there's c5, yeah?
Is there? Yeah, we could then, yeah.
Okay,
Shall let's have a
let's
look.
If
take a look,
it's
yeah.
more than one move long, yeah, then we have to take a look. So c5. So in the worst case, I could probably take on c5, or maybe that's not the worst case, but the only option I have. Gotta take dc5.
dc5,
Yeah.
okay. And then how do I take it back with the queen?
With the queen, not to lose.
Oh, with the
not
queen,
to lose
knight
material.
b4.
Yeah, knight takes
Knight
b4.
b4.
That's exactly
Takes
what I
takes.
wanted to mention. Yeah, the queen takes, knight to b4.
I think you have
Yeah,
to take
queen
the
c2,
queen.
knight takes, rook takes, e takes d5,
And
this does look better for white.
yeah, it doesn't
Does
do
look
anything.
better for white, and especially after rook d8. So in this particular line, rook on d8 it gets in all possible pins and discovered attacks and stuff. Yeah, so that's not the line black wants to go for.
But the immediate thing that Black should be calculating, aside from capturing that pawn, is consequences. There's now a c4 square that is available for a bishop to come in.
Right, so that's also an option,
And
of course.
that is an option. I'm not so sure about it, I'll be honest with you. But just because Gukash played rook after d8, I suspect that after b4, he's planning to capture in the middle of the board.
Yeah, like de4.
Yeah.
Like this. And then if I just take it back simply with knight, maybe? And then I'll put my knight on c5. Yeah? Okay, you have d5, but what does it give?
Now you can take on b4.
You want to do that, Yobi? There's bishop d6. Just one of the moves, yeah? Bishop d6, knight d6.
Okay, this is knight f6.
Okay, knight f6, and I might play knight c5 maybe. Yeah, this is such a good move, I guess.
It does start to look like it worked for white, yeah. But bishop c4, the previous move.
I like bishop c4, yeah.
Among other things, it does attack b4 pawn, because now bishop b4 you have a5 to support the bishops. And if, say, if white pushes a5, well,
and
he could, but yeah, say we
queen
put
a6,
a6
yeah.
perhaps, yeah, and it's
just in case there's rook e1, and do you have bishop
it's,
d3, yeah?
it's like one funny position, because you could say, look, I'm playing e5 with white, I block everything, yeah, but you're unlikely to, to keep everything under control. That's the feeling. Like b4 is weak. So maybe you should.
Maybe now I can have knight a4.
Knight
try
a4
knight
now
c5.
to go to c5. Yeah, that's still tricky.
But even then, it's not a big deal if you get the knight to c5.
We'll just
They
take,
just
yeah.
go take it, and then Black's pawn structure is solid and flexible.
Yeah, so here was bishop on c4, just to highlight one little thing. Like maybe you already want to take on e4 and put the bishop on d5. Yeah, that could be an idea.
Another idea I'd like to point out here is I like a move to provoke something. So for example, I like this idea of de4, but maybe I'll throw in this bishop f6 first.
Guys,
Yeah.
this is very, very interesting, but we do have to dash to the Magnus Carlsen
Let's
game
do it.
because there has been a big blunder. So
Wow.
we left the
Why?
position
So
after pawns got traded on g4. And we thought Magnus had a fantastic position, and the computer agreed with us. Well, after the move bishop b4 was being played, Magnus can simply capture on f5.
And bishop b4 was a blunder, are you
Bishop
saying?
b4 is a huge blunder.
But that's what he did, right? That's what he did.
So let's figure out why bishop b4 is a blunder. Okay, gf, and now black wanted to take something. Yeah, on c3 with the knight maybe, or with the bishop. I think with the knight. And then after this, maybe this is what he was trying to get. And now maybe you can just simply ignore. Yeah, and then just playing f6.
Right?
And then this queen somehow, you're going to maneuver it. Hopefully getting to h6 at the right time.
Yeah, I think it's just checkmate.
Yeah.
No, f6.
It's a checkmate, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
maybe after queen
bishop.
here, bishop a3, you can throw in
Bishop
another
A3,
another
yeah,
sacrifice
yeah.
like this, yeah. And after
Yeah.
this, and then you can just
Yeah, but
Queen g4, you win a tempo.
Queen
I mean,
G4.
to be like
Yeah.
the most annoying person,
Yeah,
you get queen,
yeah.
queen g4,
yeah.
and then check, and
yeah, that's going to be all over for black.
Wow.
move 16.
Move
By the way,
16?
g takes f5, move 16, and you know, like few moves ago we were talking how hard it is for Magnus, you know, even in round one, solid opponent, but that's Magnus's magic, right? I mean, keep it tense, and you get the moment to, you get the chance to play something aggressive. He does, and all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah.
2 moves later, he's winning.
But it was all to do with the opening choice. You know, somehow or other he tricked his opponent so that they got a position that is very well known in the Slav, except white hadn't committed the pawn from a2 to a4. And after that, it seemed black just tried to force the matter. Maybe knight e4 is wrong and allowing g4, now g4, then it's provoked another mistake.
Right.
But it was just very tempting, yeah, to play knight e4. Because, well,
Yeah, that was our first reaction. Yeah, to stop
To
e4
stop E4,
physically,
yeah.
to block it. Yeah, and then our first reaction to g4 move was, yeah, that's too dangerous. Yeah, we won't do this. But if it works, it works. Yeah, that's the difference.
and Magnus took only about 4 minutes to decide on g takes f5.
Well, once again, very interesting time management. Remember, when he was uncertain, I mean, he was the one to spend like almost half an hour, and the position was still undefined at the g3, h3, like around move 8, or maybe move 10. Yeah, he already spent half. And then all these like strong, aggressive moves, he plays a tempo.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff.
It is impressive stuff. Okay, and let's go again down the standings. We're going to be focusing on the top 8 games in this event. And let's move to Nordebek against Jakub Seaman. Jakub, incidentally, just 15 years old from Poland. So obviously a
Wow.
huge talent there.
Right, and what?
And we saw the position after
Say move 9 or something. Yeah.
maybe. Oh, bishop e2. I remember, yeah.
Yeah,
It was bishop
we
e2.
left this position
Yeah.
and said knight on a3, bad. Black is fine.
Black is fine. Okay, let's see how this developed after bishop e2, castle, natural move, also castle, and rook e8, preparing for e5. And now bishop takes c7, queen takes, and c4. Yeah,
C4.
a very natural reaction in anticipation of e5. But black played e5 himself and not caring about this, and rook c1. Yeah, you always have to take advantage of this position of the queen on c7, yeah? And the rook just, I think it's a good tempo to develop the rook on c1. Okay, e4, knight d2, queen d6, queen c2, knight f8, takes on d5, and here black has 3 moves to take back on d5, but of course not the knight because e4 is hanging, and black chose to take it with the pawn, leaving the f file open for the major pieces of white, and queen c5, offering the endgame right away. Surprisingly, or maybe interestingly, black didn't take it. And after a5, queen f5, queen d6, h5, rook c3, and now black is thinking, quite interesting. I just wish black had a dark square bishop to exchange one of the knights, you know. It would be such a
Well, with the dark
good
square
decision.
bishop on the board, then the white king would also be pretty shaky.
Yep.
And I'm not surprised that black actually kept the queens on the board, because this pawn structure, it favors an attack against the king. And this light square bishop that black has on c8, it looks like it's a good piece, but really it's not. It's just reduced to defending its pawns in the middle. So time to perhaps play some accurate moves. Maybe go queen to g5. See if
Queen
the bishop
G5.
can come to h3.
But I can just simply play rook f to c1. Whenever you play bishop h3, I have bishop f1.
Ah,
Queen,
no, but
Queen G5 was played. Brilliant.
Queen
Oh,
G5.
queen g5.
Yeah.
It was played. Wow.
But it's also, I was also thinking, not just bishop h3, it's also a threat of going bishop to g4 as
Nice.
well.
Yeah, I would say here rook fc1. Yeah, I think okay. The whole idea of rook c3 is I think to double up the rook on the c file. So let's continue with that idea. Rook c1, and if you play anything like bishop g4 or bishop h3, I can simply put my bishop back on f1. But in any case, Yovi, you shouldn't be here. You should be out there with those guys.
Well, that's very kind of you, but there's a reason I'm here.
I had some thoughts on this one. Like, move 7, knight to a3, move 29, 21, pardon, knight still on a3. Isn't it a bad knight on a3 then? I mean, sometimes you put it there to reroute it to, say, c4, so on, so on. So, you know, one of those positions, then once again, you look kind of exclusively at the structure, and maybe the bishops, like a good bishop versus a bad bishop, and you say, okay, white's better. But then how do you arrange the pieces that you'd be better? Right? It takes an enormously long time for white to get what he wants.
Yeah.
I would think, like, if anyone, it's black's position that I would prefer.
I would still prefer white just because of the dominant on the queen side. And interestingly, knight a3 is the most well-protected piece on the board. Take a look.
Right.
There are 3 pieces that are protecting knight on a3. So if you call it a bad piece, I would be very angry.
So,
And also, it's got a good future in an endgame.
Yeah.
But we're not quite there yet, but
It has a very great future. It
Yeah.
might not be shown yet, but it has a
right,
good
this
potential.
lad has a very good future. Yeah, so after queen g5, though, what do we do? Do we play rook c1, as you suggested, or pretty much move the rook to have bishop f1? Maybe, yeah, rook c1, why not? Or the other... Nah, I mean, that's too much. No, f-pawn cannot be moved, right? I mean, you just take...
Yeah, if anything, I would offer some exchange on g3 as well. Like, I think
yeah, like
exchanging the
queen
queen.
g3. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, in fact, but I don't think black will accept your offer.
Unless you play bishop h3, then it can happen, right? After bishop h3, then maybe I can force it by playing queen g3 now.
Yeah, but then it only means you don't play bishop h3. You go h4 perhaps instead. Like after rook c1, you go h4, and then sometimes you would want to go h3. Sometimes you just, I don't know, maybe your next move would be knight g6. And
Yep.
yeah, so...
Well, it's quite a work that White still needs to do, obviously, about this knight a3. Yeah, we are still not done with that business. So maybe rerouting it somewhere else could be... Well, the dream square for the knight would be a b6 maybe, but it's a little bit impossible to get there. And it's quite a long way to go to b6 in a conventional way. So, yeah, but I would take white here.
Seriously?
Yeah. You can scold me all you want after this broadcast.
No, but maybe because Nodibek is playing. No, seriously, I mean, I suspect White's not worse,
you know,
but don't
I was
think-
just going to say something, Irene.
Mm-hmm.
I have a golden rule in chess. So if instead of rook fc1,
Yep.
like, and I'm going to live by this rule until my dying days. When your king is in trouble, trade queens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you follow my golden rule, you put
We-
the queen on g3,
Yeah.
and you say, and then you put the rook on c1.
Ah, so queen g3 first.
Yeah.
And then if queen h4, then you
No,
go.
queen h6 maybe.
Ah, sorry, queen h6, exactly.
And
yeah,
then
queen
h4, yeah?
h6.
Yeah, but then I can still, and even,
All right, let's put it on the board.
Yeah, queen g3
Queen g3 and
yeah, queen
h6.
g3, queen
on
h6.
further
Are you, h4 is a serious problem, right? So,
Wait a second. Was bishop g4 a move after queen g3?
could be.
h3 and h4, yeah?
Yeah, look, h3 we meet with h4 obviously. Yeah, I wasn't sure what we take with if white all of a sudden captures. Because probably with the pawn, but then
Yeah, here we're in trouble, right?
Yeah, this is
This
white
is
in
game
trouble.
over.
It is
Yeah.
game over because bishop on e2 is hanging.
So you have
So-
to go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah.
But you know, again, no, nothing to attack the king.
So if the knight, then h3, but
Yeah.
there's h4,
yes, I guess pawn takes, right?
so pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn
And now you can do. If I'm in trouble, then I'm going to go queen.
Queen f4, you
But no, but there's this queen takes queen, and then knight e6, and then one pawn drops, and that's not possible. But I could go h. There's no threat to my queen.
So you
Could
wanna
go
go
h3.
h3.
h3 and then take on g4 and so.
And then rook after.
But wouldn't you agree,
c1.
like it's strategically complex at first
Yes.
place, and then what we are trying to do with white is to open some files on the king side,
Oh, look at this.
and we are nowhere near relocating the knight from a3. So the moment we open the position, aren't we like piece down on the king side?
Yes.
So I'm just saying that white has to be careful. It's not just a safe, safe slide positional advantage. White has to be careful and very precise as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, just by the fact that the black pawn is on e4, I think that white has to tread carefully because there are pieces just circling around the white king. But like Irene says, if black isn't precise enough on the king's side, then okay, there will be some trades and the rook will come to fc1 and white will be doing well.
Yeah. So after knight e6.
Okay. Knight to e6. So
No, knight e6 was just my analysis that I want
So
to take
after
on.
queen g5, in fact, rook f to c1 was played immediately.
See,
So queen g3 was not.
I know men's chess better than you, Miro.
Brilliant. No, but I wouldn't. Yeah. I'm not arguing with this one. I don't understand this position at all.
So what we didn't like after rook
We
f4?
said h4, and then you
H4,
kind of
right.
don't have queen g3 any longer, but once again. Now, my problem with this position, as say from white side, is I've kind of done all I could. What they would say, I controlled the c file. But what do I do then? Like I can go rook c7, and after knight e6, I'll have to go back. Knight on d2 doesn't do much. Knight on a3 doesn't do much. Like I want this knight to be elsewhere, and I'm not sure where to start.
the knight on d2 can go to f1, and when the knight is on f1, no checkmate.
Yeah, but after h4, that's perhaps exactly what you don't want to do. Knight f1, bishop h3. It's kind of
Can I just play my bishop f1 right now, even if you
yeah.
play?
Probably you.
Yeah, because
could have-
there's no
that's-
really some. Okay, what is the attack here? After you play h3, I play g3, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how to call it. Kind of what was that? The King's Indian attack, right?
Exactly.
The line's called King's Indian attack.
As long as white keeps the square bishop, I think white should be fine. So
Right.
yeah, I like my bishop f1.
No, but by the same token, I can say I put the knight on e6, and what do you do on the c file? Which is also a valid question, right?
Yep.
Like knight e6, and then been dreaming of bishop d7, and you know, it's a weird position.
Trade, maybe, that if you put the knight on e6, okay, I might bring my knight over to b3 and offering a trade on c5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I'm also
say-
dying to move this knight on a3,
Yeah, like-
but I still cannot find where to move it yet.
But say now I go like, I'm not sure if I play h3 or not, but I want to meet your knight c5 with moving the queen, so knight c5, knight g5. To say queen h5, or
Queen
maybe
h5.
include h3, this I'm not sure. But
H3.
yeah, queen h5, knight c5, knight g5. So what I'm arguing, like, it's hard for white to kind of to seize any benefit on the c file. You control it, all good, but how do you make progress? I mean, that's a weird position once again. It's not that I understand how to proceed with either color, to be honest. It's you know, it's much more complex, it seems, that it's kind of it looks.
But the queen will be parking nicely on f4, maybe. Like after knight c5, knight g5, then I'll have my
Yeah.
f4.
Right. Yeah, and with this setup, you finally can start moving the a3 knight.
Yes, yes. I have to stabilize the king side first, but again, we can already tell in this position that white will be playing on the queen side and black will be playing on the king side. So as long as my king, not my king, it's not
It's his king. It's his king.
I don't have
I
a
take
king
no
yet.
responsibility whatsoever if it gets mated.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's the perks of being commentators here. You can just throw in all the sacrifice and without worrying about the result. Okay, so I think okay, it's still a game. It's still a game, and I think this is they're playing the essence of chess anyway, attacking different sides of the board, and it's gonna be looking very interesting to see what Nordirback has in store. So maybe I want to update ourselves on board number 2, Vantika versus Hikaru, because where we left it off, it was pretty.
We thought white was
Solid.
slightly better, right? Because
Yeah.
Hikaru had some problems developing.
So the last position we saw was rook a d1, and Hikaru replied it with b6.
b6. which
Yes,
is-
and bishop e3, and then queen e8, f3, bishop a6,
b3,
and
ef3.
ef. So out of 3 pieces that can take the f3 back, which one is your choice?
Pawn.
Pawn.
Without even hesitation. Because, you know, I don't like an uncomfortable pawn structure. Because they tend to be lone pawns. Sorry, they tend to be liabilities. So take with a pawn, and then I think Vantika has, I would say, a slightly better position.
Yeah, I think I can agree with you. Yeah, but grabbing it back with the pawn, there is some other thing to think about. That this d4 pawn, d5, is potentially passer. So maybe this is why Vantika is still thinking, because it's not an easy. Well, I don't know. Maybe for you
Okay. Okay. So she's
not easy
perhaps
at all.
worried after he takes f3. She's worried about c5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly the move I wanted to suggest. And
But-
have no idea if it's good, but it's certainly very,
It
kind
looks
of very
really
messy.
shaky, right? So
He
after
takes
take the
c5,
pawn.
and then you can you can take an exchange or sacrifice an exchange. I think if you go f4 with white, black goes d4, and you are free to take the rook on a8, but do you want to do it? I'm not sure. Because queen takes, and I mean, with such a loose, long
No,
diagonal,
like-
I mean,
yes.
I'd be scared.
Yes.
I don't think white's any better in this position anyway. Like, white will probably hold, will not get checkmate, but he can't be better with such a diagonal. And no open files, right?
And no good diagonal for the bishop as well. The bishop is literally
dark
dead.
bishop, yeah.
Like
Right.
where to put it.
So instead of going f4 after c5, right, you probably sacrifice an exchange yourself by going...
So after
yeah, so
this, yeah.
ef3, right, c5, and then after c5 you don't go f4, but you just take on d5.
on d5.
That's what I thought.
And then offering the exchange
Yeah,
itself.
kind
Yeah.
of bishop takes.
And
Regrettably, we have to take
With the rook.
the...
No.
So with the king to take on d5, no?
Oh, with the king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That was kind of... point to take it with the king, so we can. So ED5 we can take with the rook, but maybe it's, you know, maybe that's too optimistic. It's still an exchange. Yeah, like rook takes and he does something. Once again, in ideal world, if you let white kind of play a few consolidating moves, like I'll go f4, I'll go, I don't know, king back to g1, I'll go a4, and white's just much better. But yeah, but it's very unlikely.
How are you going to stop?
So, I don't know, rook d8, decreasing the, you know,
Yeah,
material.
Rook d8, and then you
Yeah.
still go f4.
F4. So takes, you just take.
I'm just taking and saying chap.
How do you go a4, bishop, even bishop to c4 sometimes, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to...
Yeah, well, I tend to forget that rooks, they operate on the open file, so maybe I should try to open some.
I was thinking that maybe, I don't know whether this going, sorry. I don't know whether that is going to be a good move, but where did we see this? So it was this one, yeah? It was this one.
F3, and we said c5, yep.
And then takes
We
this,
captured, yeah.
takes this, and then king takes and takes this. And then, okay, in this position, can we play something like queen h5? Trying to attack this and this.
So we attack 2 pawns, and if...
I think we can just give this up, yeah? You can play f4 here, and after
F4,
takes
queen
this, and then rook
h2,
here, and then this is the idea.
d7.
Oh, queen g3, sorry. Oh, but this is going to be very messy.
Well, it is.
Yeah, but the bishop one.
Yeah,
E3 is
now I've
hanging.
kind
Everything is
of
hanging.
lost the thread, right. But it did look scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
It did look scary for black with the queen on h2, so...
Yeah, but after
Oops.
queen g3, now there are so many ideas. Okay, you want to take on e3, you want to take on f4 maybe?
But instead of allowing
Mm-hmm.
black to capture the pawn, what's wrong with just going king to g?
King
You know
to
me,
G.
I like the little guys. I believe in looking after them.
Yep. Yeah, just being solid.
Oh, she's
Or
taken.
maybe, yeah, this is what I was...
E takes f3. So, okay, well, I'm sure Hikaru is...
Take this, or maybe not. This is, I don't think
Yeah.
so. Like queen e2 is, and I think it's game over. Okay, so...
Rook f8, though.
Oh,
still...
they're still alive? It's still alive.
Yeah.
What you
So, well, the line, perhaps we have to mention,
Bishop.
rook f5, there was g4, so that's
Yeah.
why, that's why it doesn't work. But rook f8 and
But here you can
Still-
go bishop f4 and
bishop f4, can you?
Bishop f4.
Yeah, brilliant.
there's 30 tactics a day.
And you do, and you do win. Yeah.
And yet you're still here.
Right
Yogi.
you are. Right you are.
Tomorrow off you go.
That's
Okay,
brilliant.
so Vantika took it with a pawn, like both of you suggested. And well, shall we see c5 on the board?
I think we are going to see c5. I mean, Hikaru has to take a risk. I mean, if he plays correct chess and does, like, I don't know, of trades queen or something, he's going to be slightly worse. And he has to play on this. And also taking a look at the clock times, I can see that Vantika is like 22 minutes, Hikaru 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Why not force her to roll the dice?
And it's still a long way to go to the time control or 40 moves. Yeah, I would say like Vantika needs 23 moves to go, and with only 22 minutes on the clock, it's almost like a time trouble. Because the position
so
is not
easy.
easy to play. Yeah, it's not like playing it by itself. You need some strategy in it. You need to have a very good calculation too, because you know c5 is there. Do you sacrifice an exchange or not? You know, there's so many considerations to do.
Right, but wouldn't you agree that sometimes, like when the tactical sequence starts, it's actually easier to make decisions because you can eliminate, okay, this doesn't look good, this doesn't look good. So it's much harder, say 5 moves ago, when you're deciding how the structure's going to look. Like you're shaping the structure. This is much harder, at least to myself. Like it's much harder to decide.
Yeah.
Like I'm relatively confident. Like if this tactical stuff starts, maybe it's bad by default, but I'll be able to find like the tricks. But entering those, this tricky positions is something that I'm reluctant of. So EF3.
A lot of people are reluctant. And talking about tricky positions, one of the craziest openings we saw was between Venkatesh against Erigaisi. Remember, that was that fantastic G5 move. That was part one. Can we revisit part two of the game? Because let's take a look at this. Was G5 a success? Yeah, we left it around about here.
Yes.
And
E5, D3.
I was liking White's position. I thought that White
too
had a nice straightforward plan. And Erigaisi, he's a dynamic player, so okay, there we can see the moves being played.
And after bishop h6, bishop c1, offering an exchange of the bishop in the future, maybe.
And I just wanted to also mention that Venkatesh is also a grandmaster, so it's one of the few grandmaster against grandmaster pairings, and he's at, I think, a low of 24-28, but he has been 25-30.
Yeah, he has been. Yeah. Yes, and after this position, Queen c7, what are your thoughts, Miro?
White's not worse.
Is that optimistic or pessimistic? I don't know.
It is realistic.
Realistic.
So White, I can't see White being worse. And coming back to the topic, we have one pawn island only. How cool is that? I mean, it's moves 19.
Yes.
We still keep the integrity.
Exactly.
No, but seriously, Paul, here specifically, and maybe a few moves back, I feel like Erigaisi's experiment was somewhat disappointing. Not in a way that his position is worse, but it started in such a, optimistic and, in a way, a crazy position. With G5, pawn pushes here and there, and it ended up being, quote-unquote, something normal with a little defect in the pawn structure, which probably doesn't make his position worse, but if I'm playing with White and I want to be as solid as possible, I just snap on C7, go knight E4, trade as much as I can trade. I don't see how I end up in a worse position.
Yeah, so, this C5 pawn in the endgame.
It could be a liability.
Potential weakness.
And also there's lots of tactical tricks as well.
Yeah, with this knights jumping.
Show us your view. Let's do it.
Yeah, no, I was only thinking about knight to f6 check, that's all. It obviously doesn't work here, but...
Can I, as White, be kind of optimistic in a way, not trading the queens, but doing something else? Don't know, queen a6, whatever.
Queen a6, yeah. I don't see why not. But I just want to point out the move, 17th move, bishop c1, is not an easy move to make. Actually, yeah, bishop c1. I mean, if it was a blitz game and if I were playing the white pieces here, I would play rook a1. It would be just natural for me to, control the file,
Move the rook and then, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, e2 is hanging there, yeah? And I think that is the idea, like takes here, takes here, and then bishop takes e2.
Which you can still argue might be playable.
It might be
might
playable,
be, because you could go f3, right?
And then trapping the bishop,
F3 is one thing, but I wasn't sure, like F3, C takes B4 might not work. But the other thing is just you go rook e1 back and you play the Benoni and you don't care you're a pawn down. So normally you would have an H pawn, right, let's say, here, and you don't have it, so what? Yeah, so it might have been a move, rook a1.
Yeah, let's cheat. let's do it. Which board was that? Okay, 6th board. Okay, and then in this position, instead of bishop c1, yeah, rook e1, not a1, rook e1. And what's wrong with rook a1? Yeah, bishop takes, bishop e2, and yeah, black is okay.
Black is, the
black is
computer's nearly always going to advocate for grabbing material.
Yeah, so in this position, rook e1 is the best move. Just simply protect e2.
So kind of not to hurry with bishop c1, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
anyway, what's on the board?
Is queen c7 still? Yeah, queen c7 is still the last move, so white is still thinking what to do after this.
It's solid for both, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't think you can lose with white unless you kind of trying too hard.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, how do you play for win is also not clear.
Yeah. Interesting. And talking about a win,
All right.
can we revisit Magnus Carlsen's game against Srihari? Because Magnus has frozen. And we left it getting very excited, saying that, Magnus was simply going to go f6. But he's taken a massive pause. And now played queen to g4.
Queen to g4. So what was wrong with f6? Can we figure out what was wrong with f6?
Okay, so this is where we left it off here. So after gf, knight takes as expected, b takes, bishop takes, and queen g4. Okay, we talked about f6. What's wrong with it? So where does this queen can go? Bishop, queen d6, queen d7.
Queen d8, maybe?
d8.
Queen d8. Let's try queen d8.
Yeah,
Keep
queen d8.
contact with the f6 pawn.
Right.
Oh, okay, there's no more bishop a3 at the moment.
Well, there is bishop a3.
There is
bishop a3.
Oh, bishop a3, bishop e7 instead of taking on f8.
Yeah, bishop a3. And I just realized what was the problem. So bishop a3, I guess rook e8.
Or maybe knight d7. If you take on
Knight
f8,
d7,
I take on f6.
Knight d7, I think I go bishop e7 still. So that's kind of the main threat. Is it's not about who wins the exchange yet, but rook e8.
Rook e8 like
still
this, yeah?
can't leave the f6 pawn. And maybe since he spent such a lot of time, Carlsen, so perhaps he considered, say, slower ways of attacking here, like going king g2 or something, and figured out that apparently it doesn't work. And
King g2 and rook h1.
G2,
Yeah.
but
Can you not
black
take the
seems to
rook?
be just on time, right? Like you take the rook, like bishop e1, rook e1, and you get knight d7,
Yes.
and then
And then there's bishop e7.
bishop
though.
e7, and you sacrifice the exchange back, and
Yeah.
it's won. And it's actually an extra pawn for black all of a sudden after all this nonsense.
I mean, I think in this position that we're looking at, even though you cannot attack, I think it's still a very good position for white. You have all the compensations for the exchange.
You have to bishop c3, right? Yeah, still felt very good. But yeah, but was queen g4 bad? Maybe he just found a better way of doing it.
Well, actually, I'm just checking on my computer. So f6 was actually the winning move.
Winning move?
Yeah, I
Feels
mean,
like a
queen
winning
g4 is also winning, but not as winning.
Yeah,
Let's put it
just
that way.
tell us. So f6.
So we were completely spot on. The queen goes back, and then bishop a3, rook e8. That was a key move. And now, after rook e8, the computer says that white is winning by going king to h1.
h1.
King h1, rook g1.
Put the rook on g1 and then hitting on g6.
Oh, lovely. And
That
then knight
is
d7,
amazing.
you still go rook g1, and queen f6,
Yeah.
you trade, and you go rook g6. Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, but king h1 is
But
hard.
you can't find king h1, right?
It's
I mean,
so
it's just-
counterintuitive, right?
Yeah. Okay, so queen to g4, still winning.
Whoa, e4 played by Magnus.
So king g7 was played, yeah?
Yeah.
King g7, e4. Well, now it's completely upside down, this one.
I think
What's going on?
this position you can just play by hand, yeah?
e4 looks great, right?
Yeah.
You know, okay, so first of all, let's work out what happens if bishop takes rook.
Which rook?
You choose, Irene.
Okay,
I'm
a1.
feeling
A1.
generous.
Let's do it. So I want to hit the d4 after
Yeah.
this, yeah?
I agree. That's perhaps a good one. Okay, the bishop will come out to, well, first of all,
Bishop g5?
bishop g5,
f6?
and then bishop
Bishop
h6.
a6,
Yes, put that on the board.
Yeah, but is it the end of the line though?
Oh, king h8.
King goes, yeah.
Take this and take with the pawn. Take with the pawn. And
Right you are.
Yeah.
Right you are.
and that's it, I think.
Absolutely. So it was one way.
Yeah. And next move queen h5 to,
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
you're threatening
that's
the
done.
very materialistic bishop takes rook. Rook takes
G7.
bishop.
G7.
G7.
G7
Yeah.
is there. Oh, yeah,
Queen
G7 what is-
Queen
Stop,
H-
stop. He's already dead.
No. I want to torture my opponent, without actually doing the plan, just
Okay.
scaring it away.
Four.
So after
Okay.
e4, bishop takes rook.
Bishop.
Maybe,
E4.
what about if you take the other
The
rook?
other rook like this, okay.
But then E5
But
wins?
still, bishop
Question mark?
G5, no?
What about bishop G5?
Yeah, bishop G5 should win, but E5 also looks like winning.
Yeah, we can do the same thing.
No, oh, no, not really. Wait a second.
What else there? So here, if the queen moves, you just simply play f6 and then queen h4, yeah? Or maybe not. You can just h6 and then bishop h6.
Is pawn takes pawn a move? All of a
Now?
sudden? I mean, I understand it. It's...
And if I play queen h4,
Oof, I resign.
it's gonna be a mate. Oh, actually,
I resign then.
I like to show the checkmate, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
of
May
course, you
I?
always have to show.
Okay. So here, and then check here, and then here, and then you
And
have this
bishop
bishop
f6,
f6.
yeah.
There was a quicker checkmate.
Oh, was it?
It wasn't as elegant, but it
Okay.
was just as
Okay,
quick.
gone.
Or maybe
After
not just
queen
as
e4,
quick.
yeah? Oh, like this, yeah?
I just
And
thought
then-
bishop f6, yeah, but
But
then
there's
you
this
come
still
up
one,
with
yeah.
mate in three.
Mate in
Yeah.
3 still,
mate
yeah.
in three.
Okay. We can go
But
mate in 4 too.
if I would be that annoying that I would go queen d6, it's not like I believe that my position is... I can save it, but yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's bad. So the only serious move that we can consider is taking the pawn.
On d4.
None of the rooks, right?
None of the rooks, yeah? So
How
bishop here.
serious it is. It's not serious.
E5?
You just go e5.
Yeah, e5.
e5,
Just brushing. Yeah.
and then bishop takes.
Bishop takes.
And we do something.
We do bishop
do
g5,
something.
for example.
That's the same thing. Bishop g5, f6, bishop h6. We've been there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Wow. I mean, look at this. This is like one of the classic example where you don't actually count all the materials. You just count how many attackers versus how many defenders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. And black's piece is there on the left side, just not working. And talking about that, so you can't grab the rooks, you can't grab the pawn, so just develop the knight. You might
Yeah.
as well.
So black is lacking 2 pieces in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight d7.
Knight to d7, yeah. Knight to d7.
So black decided, I'm not going to lose this game without moving this knight. So
Exactly. Let's
knight
connect the
d7.
rooks.
Yes. Connect the rooks.
And then you still like go e5, right?
E5 looks very tempting. Bishop g5 as well. Bishop g5 might still be working.
Maybe you can sacrifice something
Yeah, like
with bishop.
everything wins. I mean, this is the problem. Like literally everything wins.
Yeah, I like bishop g5. I just want to be very loyal to this move.
Excellent.
So if the queen goes away, how do you?
Wait,
checkmate?
is there any like knight f6? Wait one
At
second.
f6, that might be it.
Yeah. By the way,
Yeah. Then I shouldn't be loyal to this.
I
Yeah?
have to confess I was planning to mate knight f6 with e5,
Ooh.
not realizing that I'm
queen was
playing
on-
the gambit. Yeah,
Yeah.
But it's
that's too much.
It doesn't work, yeah? Like takes this and... Or maybe it
No,
does.
I mean the end of my line would be e5 knight takes queen. So I just completely blanked on the fact that the queen can be taken. It might still be good for white, but
That'd still be. But this is not what white
Yeah,
wanted.
yeah.
So
not at
after...
all.
Yeah, probably you're right. Here, just simply play e5 and...
Yeah,
Stop.
stop knight f6.
Yeah, stopping knight f6 and you want to play f6, you want to play bishop g5.
It is winning.
It is
It is
winning,
winning.
yeah. Yeah, our world number 1 will not miss the chance to win this.
wait one second. You can actually go bishop takes rook now.
Which rook again?
A rook.
A rook. Okay, let's stand...
Because I'm going to meet f6 with knight takes pawn.
And now if I play bishop g5... I like this move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it. Bishop g5.
Yeah.
How do you...
How do I? It's not my position, but I'm going to try. I'm going to go queen to b4.
Oof. Another attacking move.
Yes.
That's actually not bad. Okay. Hang
Although
on.
I think you've got f6 check.
F6 check. You have to play king king g8.
Yeah, but then bishop d2. Is that not going to win anything?
Yeah, bishop d2.
Probably
Bishop
too
D2.
brilliant.
Bishop D2.
No, bishop.
Oh, it takes this, and then queen goes somewhere. Yeah.
Queen takes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen here maybe, and then
But there's knight. Knight takes.
Yeah,
knight
like-
c5.
No.
Yeah, I'm being too flashy for my own good.
Like queen d4.
No, I like this queen here.
No. Why would you go not c4?
Oh, you
Queen
wanna
takes
takes-
d4. Queen takes d4 and
Queen takes d4.
everything
Yeah.
falls.
Yeah. That was
That's much
too
better.
fancy.
after
Brutal. Queen
this-
h6, knight takes the pawn. No,
Right,
just
just take.
take
Oops,
on
oops.
f6.
Not that one. Not that one. Oops. Okay. Here, just takes this, and then after this, you can just take on f6,
Knight
and that's
f6,
it.
and then
Yeah,
f6.
and finish. I think we sacrificed too much. Yeah.
You had it for sure, but then the willingness of not just win but win in style
Win in style.
sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes backfires.
Okay, so takes e5 takes on a1. Yeah. This is what we saw before. Okay, bishop takes a1. And how to finish this off then? Queen b4 is there. So maybe throw in some move like this. But if f6, knight takes f6.
That was the plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about this? But knight d5. So it doesn't work as well. This one also knight d5, yeah?
Oh, there you do have bishop
Check
h6
first,
check,
and then bishop g5.
and now bishop g5.
This still requires some calculation. Okay, let's look at this queen b4. I like it. That's the only,
Can you?
if that's making sense.
Honestly, I think we have to return a little bit because really, since Magnus played queen g4 and perhaps thought that it's an easier way,
Yeah.
didn't play f6, so there must be some easier solution then.
Instead of
compared
e5,
to,
yeah?
Compared to, so maybe my e5 is just no good. Knight d7, right? We said e4, knight d7. Can it be that there is something really simple, so we stop looking at those fancy lines?
So what?
Wait a
Simple
second,
move.
your favorite bishop g5 move.
Okay, so
What was wrong with it? We
Knight
said-
f6.
Knight
Ah,
f6
knight
is-
f6. Knight f6 is wrong.
Oh, queen b4. No. Queen b4 is after this one.
Knight f6.
Yeah, knight d7, bishop g5, and then knight f6, I guess.
Knight f6.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Well, what if we are? Oh wait a sec. Queen f3.
Queen f3.
Yes.
Just play some quiet move
Attack
like
the
that.
bishop,
That's okay.
and then e5 next move.
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes. Oh, pawn, not the. Okay.
Yeah,
bishop
yeah. Let's
takes
stop
pawn.
bishop. Let's stop e5.
Okay.
Yeah, right. You are.
Yeah.
Miss this one. Yeah.
This looks good.
That's-
Yeah.
Well, I don't know though, because you can still go e5. And
Yeah, you can still go e5, but it's once again, it doesn't feel to be kind of convincing enough. In this position, you understand you have a pretty much overwhelming attack with the white. So what you're looking for is for some move that you say, oh, okay, this one's enough, right? So if I want, I will continue looking for a better move, but this one's enough. And for the time being, we couldn't find the one which is enough. We keep looking in, the longer the line, the more chances that you have a hole in
Yeah.
this line, right? I mean,
Okay.
that's always how it's
But
been.
this was the only move that we found was knight to d7,
Right,
Yep.
right.
and Harry hasn't played this at all. He's shaking his head.
Wait a second. Yeah, so he said...
He's still to play.
Yeah, but Magnus was... Have you seen that Magnus was seated at the board all the time? So could this be that, he's
But he's thinking. Yeah?
uncertain, kind of? Yeah, and maybe still thinks, what am I going to do if this happens or that happens?
Yeah. So e4 is still currently on the board, and Black is still thinking what to play. Knight d7 is the best move to make, but yeah, it's not easy. You're given a lot of options here for black. You can take either of the rooks, and also you can take on d4. Knight d7 is not an easy decision to make.
No, especially when you're facing the world champion and you're thinking could be checkmate under 20 moves.
Exactly. Yeah.
And knight d7 played.
97 played, right?
Did he?
Yeah. No,
Not yet. Not yet. It
Yeah,
was
that-
me.
that was you.
It was me.
Sorry.
Bluffed you.
Okay, yeah, no, because I was checking the other games to see where there was
So, whether
excitement. Sorry about that.
weather check in the studio. Please vote without calculating the lines in this position
After knight d7.
after knight d7.
Uh-huh.
Is it e5? Is it bishop g5? Is
something
it
else.
is it move? Yeah, third move. So option
Shall I
A.
consult the oracle?
After we've done
After,
with the
okay.
voting, yeah,
Okay. I think it's something else.
something.
Because it gives me more chances to get it right. So there are so many other moves.
Okay, I'll go and say e5 word.
Okay.
I'll go and say e5 word.
Oh, okay. Then gonna go for bishop g5. You know, introducing a new piece into the attack, and Irene says something else.
Right.
And okay, well, after knight to d7, there is something else according to the gods. That is the computer. Queen to h3.
Queen h3. We haven't looked at that one.
Goodness me! I mean, it's a double attack. You know, it's a fundamentals of attacking in chess. I mean, you attack one thing, and at the same time, you attack the other thing.
But
So
but
It's
what
so
is the threat
simple.
though? But what is the threat though? You
Queen
take-
h6, Queen g6 with checks. I mean,
Yeah.
all this
yeah.
stupid thing. It's just a double attack.
yeah, it's just a double attack. Oh, that's it.
Queen h3, and that's it. Game over, right?
Yeah,
And
it
by
says-
doing so, I win the
No, no.
foot.
Yeah, actually, it says black's best move is to go rook h8. So
Yeah.
let's put that on the board. So queen h3, killer blow,
Yeah, rook h8 and then just
and
take
then
on
just take
c3.
bishop.
Yeah, but show the other line because
Let's
it's-
grab a rook or grab
out
a pawn.
of the two, rook h8, queen c3 is less confusing.
Yes.
If you ask me.
This is actually very straightforward. Yeah, how come did we miss this?
Yeah.
Because it's a backward queen move.
Backward
queen
move.
h-
Backward queen moves are really difficult to
unnatural.
spot. Yeah.
But yeah, but if we take either rook, I mean, what's the checkmate? Like
Okay.
instead of rook h8, yeah, like
Just take something.
Take, yeah, okay, let's see. Queen h6, and then takes here. And then probably give a check again.
Yeah,
And then bishop
So you-
and then now the
g5.
bishop
You-
g5.
And then f6
you
is coming.
checks. Yeah.
And-
Do I get style points if I vote for king h1 instead of bishop g5
Or rook e3.
or rook e3?
Yeah, rook
yeah,
left.
but this is
Might be
important
better.
actually, because if the bishop were not to capture a rook, but instead capture a pawn in the middle, then you
okay.
need to rely upon
Right.
those
So let's
stylistic points.
exactly. So let's take the other rook like this, yeah, and then we can
Check.
do the routine,
Check.
and then here, and then bishop here.
Bishop g5.
And then what if I just take
And,
this?
and queen e4, yeah. How exactly do we win? Like we keep
Check.
saying it's winning easily, but yeah.
But how? Yeah. If bishop here doesn't work, yeah, it's not the move. Okay, so we have to be precise then. Maybe this
H3,
bishop g5 is
bishop
not.
e1.
What about if you just cut the board in half? Like, forget the rook, e5.
e5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a dream position to play, especially in the blitz.
Could it be once again that I've kind of messed up with your mind by saying queen h6 is strong? Because now that I'm looking at it, after bishop e1, give bishop h6 check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could
Bishop
have.
h6 check and then take the bishop. Like, be boring because you have like five dudes.
Oh,
attacking
Magnus has
the
made a
king.
move. Good. Magnus has played queen h3.
No, it's me again.
There's you again.
It's me.
Oh my
No,
god.
he didn't.
Oh, he
No,
did?
He's still thinking.
He's still thinking. He's still thinking.
I just
No, no.
Wait a second. No, something has changed.
something has
Oh,
happened.
his opponent captured the rook.
Bishop
The
a1.
knight's still on b8. So the
Oh,
knight's
yeah,
still
yeah,
on
yeah.
b8. But
This is the position.
This we said just like
Bishop A1.
winning, crushing. Bishop g5. Yeah, our favorite move. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Okay.
Bishop a1. Yeah, knight d7 would have been anyway. Would have been much,
quite a fight.
Much
yeah?
tougher. Yeah.
So bishop g5, we already saw that before. And
Wait a
yeah,
second. Was it? I know it was the other line, but now since we know there is queen b4 in the position, we'll have to look at queen b4 as well, right?
yeah. And then we saw f6 here, f6, king g8. Unfortunately, does bishop d2 work? No, it doesn't.
No, because the queen takes c4.
Yeah.
But you can go rook c1, right?
Rook c1. yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, can we sacrifice the rook though? Maybe it's a bit too much, yeah? Takes and takes d4 and after is hanging, so yeah, you cannot sacrifice the rook.
What you could...
Rook c1, maybe.
Yeah, like rook c1, but how do we continue? Ah, yeah, after all the checks. So f6 and rook c1 here. But what's the threat? What's the threat? Like,
Well, bishop d2
but bishop
is...
d2 and queen g6.
Yeah, that's a
That's
massive
one.
threat.
Yeah, that's a serious one.
Yep.
So if I get bishop c3...
Let's say b5. Oh, but still bishop d2 is there. But after bishop d2, queen takes c4. Maybe. After this, queen takes c4, rook takes c4, takes this, and oh, this should probably be losing already. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that's dead lost. No.
That loss. Yeah.
Be something.
It feels like
If there is something,
you can go queen to g5,
So
threaten checkmate.
c1. Yeah. What else? What else can black do in this position? Takes on d4, but there's still bishop d2. Oh, takes on f2 maybe.
Yeah, I was
show
just
it.
wondering whether you could... Yeah.
But the king can just go, right?
Yeah.
Like this. So it should be fine for white.
And there's just... I think you have to, again, give up your queen for the bishop.
For the bishop, yeah. But then it's just lost. Okay, so... But Carlsen is still thinking after bishop takes a1. Just, yeah, bishop g5 looks very tempting, but there's some calculation to make.
Oh, and what about the plan of going
e5, e5 here. e5, f6 is
guess
the
knight
idea.
d7.
Knight d7. Ah, it's a transposition then. It's a transposition. Knight d7 could still work.
In this line, yeah, could be.
No, the bishop came
Bishop
out
g5.
Oh, he went e5.
No. This is my calculation.
Bishop g5 is...
I'm
bishop
so
g5
glad I
is-
bluffed you too.
Bishop g5
Bishop
is
a1.
cool, yeah.
Okay, and then bishop g5, and yeah. And now black is thinking what to do. So queen b4 we saw. I think it's a very natural move to make, and especially if you don't really have much time on the clock, you just want to go forward, just hoping that your idea works. Queen b4 instead of... Is there anything else? f6 doesn't work because bishop h6.
Yeah, and I think I have to confess, but I've cheated a bit after queen b4. I was
Okay.
annoyed with the fact that, yeah, that we couldn't find anything.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, fancy moves work, I have to say. But there is something not very fancy, which is a check.
Bishop f6.
Which
Yeah,
check?
bishop f6 was a fancy move I was trying to make work.
Yeah, oh, okay.
And it kind of does, but not really. But yeah, f6 check, the line
Okay,
we were following. Yeah,
And after
f6
king g8?
check, king g8, and then computer says it's a boring position because anything is winning. Like rook takes a1 winning, but the move it likes the most,
Queen e2?
king to g2.
King to g2.
King to g2,
Sacrificing my-
making kind of the path for the rook, I suspect.
But then queen
That's one
takes
thing.
rook.
And if queen takes rook, then bishop d2 works,
Yeah.
because the bishop on c4 is not.
It's not hanging, yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
That's a very...
Once again, it's sort of a tricky line, but Magnus will find something. Magnus
Yeah.
will find something for sure.
Yeah, I like it. King G2. Okay, let's see the other alternative after Queen C4. I think your idea wants to. Oh, you want to go here, right? I guess, or somewhere else. No, this will do, yeah. And then you play Queen H4 and then checkmate.
Right.
Yeah,
There's no way to stop that one.
I don't think so. Even if you do lots of sacrifices, it's still going to be the case.
But
Yeah.
I can't even see lots of sacrifices.
Just
today
one
that-
or two sacrifice. No, even like this, we can even ignore the sacrifice, yeah, by playing this.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that's it, King G2. No, we totally missed this King G2. Yeah. Good work, Miro.
It's not me.
I mean, good work checking with the computer.
Thanks very much.
Yep.
Um,
Okay, so I think this game is approaching the end. And shall we update ourselves on other games? Which one do you want to look at?
wow, there were
Well,
quite a few interesting games. Can we go to Giri, by the way?
absolutely.
Because yeah, he did not succeed in winning this one. And once again, I
Yet.
might insist on possibly practical decision. It was better to go Queen C2, go for an attack, because what we have now is he ended up castling long, and who's attacking whom? I have the question, which isn't easy to answer, to be honest.
No,
Like
not
both
easy.
sides have like a couple of open files. Who's faster? It's hard to tell. Speaking of pawn islands, there. Giri is a positional player after all.
1 Pawn Island. One Pawn
One pawn island. Very
Yeah.
flexible.
Yes.
Very flexible, but doesn't tell you anything, right? A4. A4 though.
Pawn is threatening to go to A3. That's the obvious.
That's one thing, but I was thinking, can we get an opinion from Pawn Grabbers Association? Like,
Yes.
is this pawn
Yes.
Be grabbed.
is
Just
it
do it.
edible? Can it
Actually, I
be
would say no.
And he
he-
pushed
E4.
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 E4,
Yes.
strong move.
Strong move. I like it.
Some people prefer it on move 1, but it must be still strong here.
On the move 23.
Yeah.
Okay, but okay, I just don't want to put a dampener on things, but how good is it? Because I don't see a threat.
Okay, let's move A3
That's
without
the-
any
A3,
thinking.
A3.
Yeah.
A3.
Let's ruin the queen side.
Ah, right. You do not ruin the queen side because rook from G3 guards C3. So C4 perhaps it's sort of a, A3. Maybe the plan is to go B3 after A3.
Yep.
Maybe
You were
that's a
thinking
defensive.
C4 now. No, that's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
like-
C4.
C4, right,
C4.
right.
C4. Yeah, because you said C4, and I thought that's very flashy.
That is
No, but wait
zero.
a second. But C4, do you have a threat? Because E takes, queen takes. C2 is hanging. I mean, it doesn't stop here. It's a very stupid position. But on the other hand, after C4, but that's a very clever move.
There's rook B6.
Nonetheless,
Yeah.
nonetheless.
Rook B6 maybe is a move. And then you take on C4 next.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
could
but,
be.
but if you go rook B6, then I can take on D5, right? ED5. Like rook B6 now
Oh,
ED5.
crazy.
No, but that's all of a sudden it's kind of upside down. With both of them being relatively low on time.
Could this be a move there? Like after you take this, takes this, Queen F5, check. I cannot
Queen
play Rook B8. I want to take on B.
But even if you did get rook b8, which
And-
I had calculated that you could, I forgot about the bishop. The
Yeah.
king goes to f c1.
And this maybe, I don't know. This looks crazy. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
There's a lot of
Rook
shel-
is
but
coming.
white can build some shelter around
Yeah.
the king. Like the rook can swing to
Yeah, like
e3.
rook B3 if
Rook
needed.
B3,
Yeah.
that B3, yeah. Okay, so
Feels like-
white should be fine, yeah, in this position. All right, but that's just some interesting idea.
Okay, so
E4.
maybe you don't go.
You don't go
C4.
C4.
Maybe
So after
two-
A3, just B3, yeah?
Yeah, let's be practical.
Or maybe don't do anything at all about that. Maybe try to pressurize on D5.
Yeah, like A3 is such a tempting move.
Tempting move.
Such a tempting.
What if I don't know how good it is. It
She's
looks
made
very
a move?
hanging, but it's not. It's not actually a very good move because if you just take it, there is Queen E1 anyway. So Okay, so
Black
after
has
A3,
made a move.
Black has made a move. Let's
Let's
check on.
refresh, just in case.
Still not here. A3. Black has made A3, so as we predicted. And now Anish Giri has 23 minutes compared to 14 minutes. And okay, let's make a vote again. Will it be B3? Will it be C4 or something else?
I know if I were playing, if I saw the move c4,
Yeah.
I would just play
You would just
c4.
play it.
Yeah, it's just
I agree. I mean, it's
irresistible.
such a pleasant move to play.
It's like, ha, did you see that?
Wait a sec. But c4, if I take the e4 pawn, what do you do?
Take on E4 like
I
this.
got kind of super excited, yeah, but e takes, because d5 queen takes is
Yeah.
a legit option, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying
a
it's like
problem.
winning or anything, but
No, it's a problem.
so
It's a problem now.
c4
Yeah,
will
c4, too fancy for its own
No,
good.
no. I don't agree. I want your move to
I want it to work, but it doesn't work because this is just simple and good. So
Yeah,
Let's-
unfortunately. I think C4 doesn't
let's
work.
keep it, in reserve and go b3.
B3, yeah?
so a3 b3, but then b3 is not c4. What? Yeah, it's like
No, but it's
spilling the
preparing.
truth.
It's preparing c4. You're getting it in the best possible way.
Yeah, it could be right.
Could be something else. Could be
I
something
mean-
else.
Once again, I mean, it's position. I don't know how you played this because, like, I'd run out of time, seriously. Because you find one idea for one side, and you think, oh, okay, what a lovely positioning. Yeah, like white's attacking, and then you understand, oh, okay, there's no threat. And then you start like in the other side, but until you understand you also have no threat at all.
Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. Can white play
is
something
bishop
else?
b4 a move? I don't know. Yeah, like c pawn
After
was
B3.
protected. Yeah, b3, bishop b4. Let's use and abuse all the pins.
Yeah. Wow.
Because now that I'm looking, there once again, I mean, the old school, doing it the old school way. And usually the old school people, they are also old, so they are incapable of calculating. That's me. So I would go about this like, okay, let's compare the pieces one by one. And then the rook on h1, it's nice and everything, but there is nothing going on the h file, right? And I would argue, okay, that's why black must be okay, because, yeah, like, white's not in time to go after the h file. And that's why I'd be basing my opinion on black being okay without calculating.
On that note, can we try to do something along the H line?
You kind of to double.
Yeah, try to double it right away.
And no, not playing b3 at all. Yeah.
No.
So a3, and we say, okay,
Yeah, just
double.
H3. And do you play H5 here?
That's a good question. Because I do have options though. You got like knight f8.
Knight F8,
Knight
Knight
F8.
F6 also.
Yeah.
Knight
but
F8
Knight
is,
F8,
Knight F8 is more solid.
Don't get
yeah.
mate.
You don't get mate.
No, but seriously, after knight f8, it's a bajillion moves you need.
But actually, there's bishop h6, though.
Yeah, but then after bishop h6,
I guess
if
you go knight
capture, it's bishop takes back, rook h7, bishop g7, and this is almost like never checkmate, right?
That's true.
So black gets to play like 2-3 attacking moves without being bothered.
Okay. Yeah.
Controversial opinion. I think I like black's position.
Yeah, I think black is doing totally fine. This pawn structure is working well for black, even though black has 3 pawn islands. It doesn't really matter because black has a very good attacking ideas on the queen side. So yeah, good thing is it's Anish Giri's problem.
Not a problem, right?
Not ours. Wow, but this is going to be very hard to solve.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. I think white is fine. I think white just goes b3 and it has the center. And center counts for a lot, in my opinion. Okay, shall we move down to some of the other games? So
Yes, which one
we
do you want to
haven't
look at?
we haven't checked in on Param for a while. I wonder
Maksudlu?
how that one's getting along. Yeah, Param Maksudlu. He's on board 7.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah. And we We have
Okay.
54 seconds before the technology powers off.
Whoa.
And that's a bit unnecessary. So hopefully someone will come in and say, yes, we are still watching. But yeah, what do we think about this?
About the technology, well,
Okay, so we left it off when the queens were traded off like this, bishop d8, and then takes this, bishop c7, king e7, and then the game goes, I think it's still quite balanced. White is just trying to prove that the pair of bishops are going to do something. So bishop c5, knight f7, rook d1, b6. Oh, Pawn Grabber Association must be happy to see this. And after rook b8, bishop d4, you cannot take on b2 because there is knight d5. Let me just show it on the board very quickly. And after this, white is winning an exchange. So after bishop d4, black played bishop b7, and then b4, and giving up another pawn. I think it's a very curious decision to make, giving up a pawn like that. And rook a8, bishop b6, and then rook c8, knight b5, takes, knight d6, and a4. So
funny
look at
setup.
look at the setup, yeah.
Yeah, like I have no idea how to evaluate this position, but you can rarely see like the pawn on a5, bishop on b6, followed by pawn on a4, bishop on b5. Like, it's a really, really funny. I want to say funny setup. But yeah, I think Maksudlu's opponent actually did the right thing. Sort of playing for the value initiative more than his extra pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this pawn on g2 cannot be taken, I would assume, because you have rook g2, rook g1, and then taking on g7. So looking good for Maksudlu at the point.
Yeah. It's an interesting position. And just to update you, we've had a few results. And we can see on board 23, it was a draw between David Paravian against Panda, and Pranav, 18 years old, from India, beat Akshat Kamparia. But all the way down on board 61, there was a little miniature as Aziz Hussain lost to Mukhadin Madaminov in just 11 moves. Unfortunately, it was also in the Caracan.
We can see this very quickly.
Yeah.
Since it's a quick game anyway. So, okay, e4, c6, another Caracan. And this, and queen e2. Takes. Queen a5, queen f4, b4. Have you seen this before?
Bishop f5 is a blunder.
Sophie, do you cover this in your
in your book? Yeah.
Don't play this, no.
Don't play this.
Queen f4, no, but queen f4 looks like a funny move.
Yeah, queen f4 is funny, but you're meant to go queen f5. I've actually fallen for this online, so yeah, b4
So
was...
it's sort of a trap.
Yeah, it's
because
a very,
you want to develop the bishop, and therefore you...
yeah, and it's just something that you
bishop
play
f5,
without thinking. You think bishop f5, but
And then b4, and you have no...
Yeah, I've fallen into this hook, line, and sinker once, and then I also saw that when I checked the stats, other people had fallen for as well. So it kind of continues because you think after bishop f5, before you can go queen to d5, but no, after this move, this is the big problem. Bishop takes f7. Yeah.
A pawn up without any compensation.
Yeah, and black decided that was it.
So if this was happen and then just this, king goes back, and then, yep. I mean, you could still keep playing on, but...
we have a result on the top boards, you know.
Oh, yeah, let's go and dive in and see exactly what happened.
On the very top board.
Yeah.
So...
Magnus.
So the position after bishop g5 was met by queen b4, f6 was happening, and then king g8. Rook takes a1, so he chose
Rook takes
this
bishop?
one.
Yeah.
And then knight d7 and queen h3 and opponent resign.
I guess there's no way to stop queen h6 and
So is it
checkmate.
that straightforward? So if queen takes bishop, I mean,
Queen.
on a previous move.
Oh, on the
Queen
previous move.
takes
So after
bishop.
rook takes a1, yeah?
You
Just takes on bishop
just
like
go,
this.
You just go to h5, right?
Yeah,
Oh, it's-
h4.
Yeah, like if h4, queen d4, you go to h6.
Yeah.
It's a check on a1.
And then just go king g2.
Yeah,
That's it, yeah?
g2, and that's it. And g7, checkmate.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And as you said, Irene, I think it was you. Like, look at these guys. Like, they're present, the knight on b8, the rook on a8, but they're not participating. Yeah.
I like to mention this to my students, like, do not put your pieces sleep all the time, you know? Those
Yeah.
pieces are sleeping. Get it out. Wake it up.
It's that famous quote by Tal, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so
Tal
too.
said, you know, they were sleeping. Yeah. No, but a fantastic game by Magnus.
Yep.
You know, just a great opening, managed to trick his opponent, and just a great execution as well in the end. Impressive performance there from the world number one.
Exactly. So, yeah, tomorrow, I don't know who he will be facing, but definitely a stronger opponent than today's.
And we've got to dash over to board number two because
Yeah.
we left it on a very quiet stage, and then now I look
What
at
is
it and
going
I'm
on?
thinking,
It's
how?
dicey.
What is going on?
It's dicey here.
So
So we left it on e takes f3. Yeah, so Vantika chose to take it with the pawn. And instead of c5, like what we discussed, Hikaru played queen g6. White didn't want to take up the offer to exchange the queen and playing rook a d8 instead. f4, h5, bishop h3, h4, king f2, and now taking on c4, take it back, c5, queen here, still don't want to.
this time Hikaru
Oh, yeah,
says,
this time
no.
Hikaru says, no, I'm attacking, I keep my queen on the board, yeah? So takes with the king. Oh,
You had to, right?
It had to because the bishop on h3 was hanging, and now bishop c8, just protecting the e6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but something certainly went wrong for Wantika because if you think of it, like White was in control some 5 moves ago. We wouldn't expect White, at least so fast,
But wait,
to finish with with the king on g3 and so on and so on. So apparently there was some miscalculation.
Is it that bad for white?
but this is the thing, actually. Hikaru has just made a blunder according to the computer. So instead of going bishop c8, this is inaccurate. He should have played rook to f7. Now, don't ask me why rook f7 is
Rook
like
f7.
amazing. And bishop c8 is not good.
Rook f7 like this?
Yeah, why? I don't quite...
Bishop h4, bishop b7 is... I was actually looking for the way to put the bishop on b7, but I looked at like, rook b8,
That's very
which is an
straightforward.
ugly
Yeah.
move. But yeah,
Yeah.
computer is excellent at finding this, hidden but very clever moves. Rook
So
f7,
this is the
you
idea.
prepare bishop b7.
You prepare for
And
this.
it was strong, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
so
was-
yeah,
like-
so bishop c8 inaccuracy from Hikaru and
King back to
king
g2.
back to g2.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kind of asking for it.
kind of asking for it. Yeah, please skewer me. Yeah, bishop e7.
well, it makes actually sense. The king is going to go back to g1 after its little foray, and then go to bishop. The bishop will go to g2, and then solid.
Right, it's still not that obvious, right? How do you actually get somewhere?
I like this idea. What if we play bishop here with the idea bishop a4, and then trying to force the exchange on the d file, and then
Let's try it.
yeah, I mean, I was trying to make sense of this bishop
Although-
c8.
I would also think about going. I was wondering about f5.
f5. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's not my pieces. I don't have any sentimental attachment to it.
I totally missed it. I totally missed this. Yeah, f5 and okay. Let's try to calculate what to do in this position.
Yeah, like Hikaru has played the move, and maybe we have to be,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
He's played Queen H5.
yeah, Queen H5. So let's.
Oh, and Vantika down to 2
2 minutes,
minutes
so-
on the
Oh.
clock.
Right, so that's what I wanted to kind of mention, that it's maybe, you know, we could look for precise ways for white, and you know, but she's under so much pressure.
And she needs 14 more moves to get into this next time control and get the additional 30 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's time to follow my golden rule. When your king is under fire, trade queens. Is that possible?
So you want
Or-
to play Queen F3 here?
Yeah, Queen F3 is my move.
Yeah, yeah, and it does work, it seems.
Queen F3.
Right.
No, she trades rooks.
Oh, but if Queen F3, can I play Bishop B7?
And that's exactly what we wanted, Jovi, right? I mean, it's Bishop E6, check, Bishop D5.
Oh, there's Bishop E6. Ooh.
Yeah.
Who's playing for a win?
2 pins, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but instead we see rook takes rook.
Rook
Now,
takes
one of the
D8.
things, one of the things that you do have to worry that when you're playing in time pressure, there are 2 mistakes that humans often make. First of all, they simplify too readily, and secondly, they push pawns.
Right, you're right, you are. So that, yeah, but simplifying especially. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to keep tension on this D file, I'll just take, and then, you know, and it's gone. And then your opponent has the D file. And here, however,
He took it back with the rook.
oh, yeah, but can we... I know it doesn't make sense. Now, I wanted to say, like, Queen F3, now we can play Bishop B7, but it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah. So she can still play Queen F3 then. Yeah, but then Hikaru won't trade, but go to G6, or can he trade?
I was thinking to just trade and then put the rook on D3, trying to attack the queen side. I mean, those pawns should be pretty weak.
Right, you are.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just put it on the board, yeah?
Yeah,
Queen F3 takes, you have to take it with the king, otherwise Bishop
perhaps,
E7.
yeah.
And then just play rook D3, and then, okay, go here maybe, I don't know. Just grab one of the pawns.
Those pawns are not going to
Yeah,
stay
you know,
alive.
like, it's so unusual to my eyes, but I understand. Irene is completely right. When I see the bishop on C8, I want it on B7. But
Finally,
in
a compliment.
fact, like,
Finally, a
seriously,
compliment. Let me immortalize that moment first before continuing on.
He's been complimenting you a lot, though.
disagreeing too much. Am I disagreeing too much? No, seriously, my kind of first reaction, I see the bishop on C8 and I see the long diagonals. I always want to make it to be on B7, but it's perfect on C8 because it guards the pawn, it also guards D7 square. So that way you can activate the rook.
Right.
Might still be, like, white's not out of the game, obviously. White can play, continue, fight, and so on. But yeah, rook
But-
D3, clever.
But look at
Vantika playing.
Vantika,
She's
like
actually
F5.
making those 2
Oof.
moves.
Two deadly sins of a player in a time trouble.
Yes.
Yeah, it was in a chess book, an old
Yeah.
chess book that I read. So, okay, F5. Okay, again, that does make some sense to me. You know, it clarifies the position. At
Yeah.
the same time, though, the white king,
The sheet capture.
very shaky.
captured,
And,
and F5, right?
okay, so Queen E2 check, right?
Queen E2 is, yeah, I think it's a move.
Yeah, because you've got also Bishop G5, though.
But can we just take on F5?
But wait 1 second. Is it after Queen E2?
There's a rook F2, right?
There's rook
First of all,
F2.
there's rook F2.
But then you can go pawn takes pawn.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, that's what you're thinking. I see.
Yeah. And if you step back with the king, obviously there's Bishop G5. That was my main point.
Yeah, but Queen
it's-
E2,
It
Queen
needs to
E2,
be
okay.
calculated. It's the
pawn
Queen E2.
takes pawn, rook takes queen, pawn takes queen, trade the bishops, move the bishop. How bad is that?
It looks completely winning for black, right?
And
King
you just
will just go to to E6.
rook D8 again, maybe. Yeah. And then, oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, rook D8. And then if you take rook D3, try to
Right.
park the rook somewhere to get some pawn.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but I have a feeling Black has a much better option to clarify this position in a much stylish way, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Oh, yeah, no. I was thinking about your bishop b7 idea. Okay, so. But okay, is there any way to get your bishop b7?
rook d7 maybe.
b7, yeah, there is that.
Trying to play like a computer, but hang on. We shouldn't laugh it off. Like it might be a good move, but maybe not. I have doubt over it. Oh, queen a8. Queen a8, queen e8. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too computer-like.
That's the
Let's put it
computer
back.
like this. What do you think about this mirror?
It's brilliant. I have no idea if it works.
I know.
Yeah.
Like move everything backwards.
But then king g1.
King g1, yeah.
So you're somewhat pinned there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I don't know what else to make. Okay, first of all, I have this bishop b7, queen takes, and bishop g2 maybe. But this is too much.
We
I
had
agree.
carried away so much. I mean, look, she's on seconds, she plays f5, so
Yep.
pretty much trying not to lose on time and make sense. So none of that's going to happen.
And
So what to do for Hikaru here? Like if you want to be...
I thought the queen e2 line and then pawn takes
Queen
pawn
e2, okay.
looked good, because after rook f2, pawn takes pawn, I was a
Yeah,
fan
right you
rather
are.
king f7, king e6, and then
Yeah, right, you are.
But
So-
knowing Hikaru, actually, he knows his opponent's time situation. I don't think he's going to make it that easy for her to keep continuing like that.
Well,
Maybe
but if
trying.
it's like, if
but
it's winning...
if it's
If it's winning,
winning.
okay.
yeah, what's...
Then I rest my case.
but
Yeah, queen e2.
talking
Yeah, it's probably just subjectively good and that's it.
Yeah. And Hikaru, how much time does Hikaru have?
Takes this and takes this. 19 minutes.
19 minutes. So he'll take a pause. I mean, he will sense that now is a moment to strike. But I also just wanted to draw attention to the Gukesh game,
Gukesh.
because according to the evaluation, Gukesh is in big trouble. White is plus 1.5.
Yeah, because...
Okay, this knight on on a4 going to c5 for sure? Or am I missing something? I don't think so. Knight c5 is going to be the move. What else can be done? Or actually, it's not really a threat, right? I mean, you just have to, let's say, protect the knight, because this exchange would only favor white. So maybe queen can go, oh, knight goes to c3. I think I know what white is trying to plan. Like after knight c3, if bishop goes somewhere, like say here, then you just trade this bishop off. And this c6 will be
Yeah.
very
Big
weak.
battle,
Yeah.
right?
So, white is looking... Actually, let's see what went wrong with the position. So, we saw this move. This was the last move that we saw. Rook f d8. And then b4. Bishop c4. Actually, we predicted this, yeah?
Yeah, I think
And then,
we looked at this
yeah,
one, right?
and up to queen a6, h4. Okay, knight f6, e5. Knight goes back. Bishop g5. Okay, rook e8 takes. Queen here. And now, even though this knight is... even though this bishop is having a very good outpost on c4, but it doesn't have anything along this diagonal. Maybe that is why it's we overlooked this one. And then rook f8, maybe some pawn move. f6, f5 was
Needs to
what
break
was
out,
Gukesh
right?
planning, yeah. And then rook e1. So now if f6 or f5, you can just simply take it, yeah. And then e6 will be left with another backward pawn. So this is not into black's favor. So Gukesh played queen b7, and then knight d1, rerouting the knight, and then bishop here. Okay, that's actually very, very tricky. Yeah, you keeping an eye on this e6 pawn, so just to make sure your opponent cannot push the f. And now bishop b5, rook goes here, queen d8, bishop goes back, and then the rest is lots of maneuvering moves. Knight here, and then comes back. Rook b7. Ooh, what happened if Gukesh played bishop a6? Do you think white would repeat? Because it's already like one repetition there. Like here, one, and then here. Like, yeah, you see? Like if bishop a6.
Yeah, so Gukesh is offering a draw. He realizes his... just a reminder of the rules, the players are not allowed to offer a draw until they pass move 30.
But they're already on move 35.
Yeah.
So
technically,
technically they can make a draw, but Gukesh said, no, I'm not going to repeat. I played rook b7 and then see what you're going to do. Okay. Even the computer says it's a +1, yeah, for white.
Actually, after this move, it's saying +3.
Oh, what's happening?
Wow. Okay, so knight takes bishop.
Knight takes bishop, and then how to take it back, with the rook or with the pawn?
Well,
probably if you take with the pawn, then second rook to the c file.
Yeah, it looks
really
ugly, yeah? So, okay.
Ugly, so.
Takes with the rook and probably pull the bishop back.
Pull the bishop back, yeah.
And then rook goes to b7.
Yeah, rook b7, I think it's just positionally. This is just...
positionally collapsing. Maybe you can even... What can you do here? Even if you just keep pushing the h-pawn, I think it's also... But I think you want to focus your attention to the queen side. I think because you're just totally better. And actually, you're better on both sides.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
That's a
Yeah.
big problem.
So,
you're better
Yeah,
on both sides
I mean,
of
this
the
is the
board.
thing, right? You're never going to develop the knight from b8. I think that's why the computer says it's so good.
yeah.
You can put your rook on c5 and... Well, what is black doing?
Okay, this could potentially be an upset on
This
the
could be a
top boards.
massive upset.
Yeah.
And, well, we'll move on, right? Because it does seem like on the other boards, the favourites are beginning to take control. And for instance, we left Arjun Erigaisi, Venkatesh. Like, we thought Venkatesh
What
was
is
better. But
this?
here, Arjun is definitely turning it around,
Exactly.
He's a pawn up.
Yeah.
Passed pawn, and white will have to grovel very hard. I don't even think it's possible to grovel because the white king is also in danger of getting checkmated. So Arjun doing very, very well there. Jordan van Forest had a fantastic opening, naturally.
In the Caracan,
in the Caracan, and he's just cruising. Matsudlu, if you just to bring up the Matsudlu board.
Whoa.
On.
Whoa,
Max
whoa, whoa,
Udlu.
whoa, whoa.
What's going on there?
Something is going on there.
Yeah, he's...
Something happened.
He
this-
actually gave up the
The
exchange.
G2 pawn. Remember, the G2
Yeah.
pawn, which was not possible to take, was taken.
Was taken. Okay, and then rook
The very
g1.
next move, yeah, and some
Bishop f3
some
and bishop
trickery.
d7. King f8.
B7.
Takes on h7. Okay. Bishop d1. Rook, king takes d1. King g8. Rook e7. Knight c4. Okay. Rook e6. King f7 and rook c6. Okay. This is interesting position. I agree. And tell me, Yovi, what is the evaluation of this one? Is white winning or... Because white has been playing confidently.
White is winning.
White is winning, yeah?
Yeah,
White's
that's the
winning.
evaluation.
Was it always like this? That's the other question.
Oh yeah, was it always like this?
Because
Or
feeling is like...
Well, actually, before black took on g2,
Uh-huh.
it was maybe slightly
this, yeah?
better for white. But here, winning.
But it's kind of hard to decide what to do in this position as black, right? Because I don't know, at some of my games, I was I kind of feeling like I was forced to do something, whereas the best thing to do was not to react. Actually, I think that's the hardest thing to do in chess, right? Just not to do anything.
But there is actually probably going to be an upset
In which
on
board?
Board 10.
Oh, hang on.
sad.
Push-
Arjun won the game already.
Yeah,
So we just
Yeah.
left it off a few minutes ago, and let's say, okay,
and
let's see.
the white king duly got checkmated.
Takes six, and after this queen h5, you cannot stop it. Can you?
So
It
tomorrow
was just a
there will
blunder.
be a rotation in the commentators team, right? Jovi goes to play the tournament. I'm getting disqualified from the job because I said I can't imagine how White will lose it. And he lost like literally in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, but it happens, because of time pressure or something.
Yeah,
So
No. But he went this dangerous route of not trading the queens. No, I cannot really.
yeah, exactly.
I
Can't
do not take any
credit for that one.
responsibilities. Yeah.
But I just cannot imagine in this position. It is obvious that the queen wants to get into the, matting idea, and then White just simply allowed it.
Yeah, there was
He probably
obviously
just
an
got
oversight.
panicked, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
There's also D3, you see this, kind of ghosts of black playing D3 and then some queen A1 checkmate and you decide to block the pawn and
Okay.
just blunt the queen.
And
Okay.
let's revisit Hikaru's game.
Yep.
Yeah,
Because we left it at a crossroads.
Queenie 2.
Queen
Oh my
E2.
gosh. Mira, we should resign from our position.
No.
Queenie
No.
2.
It's
Just
just
like
a
what she
check.
recommended.
No.
Want.
Oh, wow.
It was just a check, though. I can't take credit for, for
Wait
playing a
second,
check.
But then queen D3, so it wasn't,
Ah.
it wasn't
Yeah,
even
see.
our idea.
Yeah.
So
Queen
to
D3.
D3
Takes, and then F6. Takes on F6 with the
With the
bishop.
bishop.
Nice.
Takes, and then
that's
takes
that's a
A3.
clever move, yeah.
Yeah, and then, okay, black is just simply a pawn up, yeah? And then bishop b7, king here, and now Hikaru is
King
thinking.
G1.
So,
What about?
what to do in this position?
Yeah, I'm just wondering
That's a
whether
good
you
question.
could.
Like, do you go
Just
for the endgame, right? I mean, that's the
The
question.
bishop and pawn endgame, or you want to trade off the rook?
I was also thinking about stepping the rook up to e4.
Bishop a6 was played. I didn't
Bishop
even consider
A6.
this.
Maybe it's just, Now Hikaru's like incredibly good in this kind of, end games where you still have to calculate something. He's practically flawless. So I believe like if he played bishop a6, he must have seen it till the very end. And I suspect rook f4, you just go g5. You
Wow.
kick the rook away from the fourth rank, then you capture c4, you get king f7. So it's not much to talk about. Now, so white's on seconds.
Yeah.
So you think it's g5, yeah? It's going to be the move?
Yeah, that's my first idea looking at this one.
Yeah, looks quite likely.
Could he also try to put it in the bank as
I
well?
know he just captured on
Capture the
F6.
pawn,
yeah,
right?
That's easy.
capture the
right.
pawn, yeah.
Right, you are.
Grab everything and then takes this. Yeah.
Play it simple. Just take, and take and take.
And he
never
did it.
stop,
He
never
did
stop
it, yeah.
taking.
Yeah,
He just took the
and
pawn.
this is elementary win in the endgame because black is just 2 pawns up on the left side, and those pawns can just march together.
Something is up over there. Oh, can't quite. No, it was okay. GF, yeah. Just GF. Somehow the king is on F2. Oh, okay. So here and then king F2 and then rook E5. That was the move. Yep. And then rook takes F6, and then I think it should be bishop takes C4. Yep.
Yep.
And it's just 2 pawns up for black, and should be winning the game.
Sadly so. And, well, Hikaru playing great chess.
Yeah, but also Vandika is, she didn't give up. She keeps fighting till the end.
Yeah, somehow she got confused in the middle game, but she had a great opening, right? She was probably slightly better. And maybe some negative choices in the middle, which saw her king come out to g3.
Also,
From now on.
yeah,
And
also
are we
her
seeing
time
the result?
scramble. No, it's still playing on. It's a3. Also, her time scramble started earlier on, so it's not only in the last few moves that we saw here. So she decided to play quicker, but it didn't really help the situation. Okay, I think we can quickly see what happened with Anish Giri, because it looks like
Well,
Well,
It's winning for
I might be
white.
sitting here, but I'm very proud of my
Be free.
prophecy.
Okay, hail to the queen.
A3, B3.
No, but I said I liked white.
All
Wait a
right.
second. Then I said that we could try bishop b4.
Yeah, and
Then it's
You
e5,
did.
queen d5, queen e4. Ah, okay.
takes and then queen e4. Just
Four.
and then what's happening if you just keeps taking everything? Like for example, I don't know, like takes this, and it takes.
c3 d5, and that was I think that was the point.
That was the
and
point.
that was perhaps
Yeah.
missed by
Wow.
kind of missed originally.
Yeah. So okay, that's nice.
Of a little trick.
Yeah. So queen e4, knight f6, queen takes, knight takes, and then take on the.
And you would
bishop.
think, right? I mean, you would think with black, you have this a3 pawn, you have all the pieces active and everything, and sometimes it feels like injustice in an ugly way. Like knight takes the pawn on a3 itself, stays on a3, and all of a sudden white is winning.
Yeah.
Is he though? I'm still not convinced, but yeah. But
Yeah, he is.
he's what? He's up 2 pawns currently, and if you capture 1 pawn back on f3, I mean, straight in the rooks are gonna help white to get out of danger done.
Yeah. Okay. So top.
Shall we revisit Nodibrek's game?
Go back. Okay. Oh yeah.
Although it looks like that one
I
will
was-
be finishing.
You know, there was
Pretty-
a lot of knight maneuvering in this game.
Okay,
well, this
we
is
left
the
it off
win.
here.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Rook
it's better,
f1.
it's better not
Because
to
Knight
not
g6.
try.
No, I want to try. I want to piss you off.
No.
And then knight e1, knight f5. Oh, I thought the queen. No, but there's no other way for the queen. Yeah.
No other way.
Okay, queen b6, knight g4, knight
Yeah,
f1.
like black's position was good for sure.
Wow, h4, h3, knight f6, knight h2.
Yeah, but as I said, there was a lot
One.
of knight maneuvering here.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
knight went
And the
to
knights-
a1, b3.
But I told you, the knight on a3 had a good future.
Had a bright future.
Yes, yes.
Its future was to be captured.
This is also a king maneuver. King goes f1 and then now went back to g1. Knight goes here. Wow, wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Okay, let's see the current position. Wait, so there's a sacrifice here. So takes here. What is going on? Oh, you have to take it, or maybe. Okay, queen f7, king here,
ooh,
Queen takes e8.
Results.
check, takes c1. Oh, this is actually very interesting. Knight d7, knight d3, knight f8 check, king h6, and now. Okay, queen e6 or queen c6 should be very natural, but what is going on?
Isn't queen e6 just good enough?
Queen e6, queen f6 maybe, because if you take on d5, queen f8.
Well, if you take on a d, there's a checkmate. f2.
Oh shit!
So queen e3. Sorry, I was thinking more the
Exactly.
end game.
Like here, yeah, I can. Yeah, you have to take this, yeah.
Yeah, I was
So,
thinking instead. Yeah.
So, I mean,
how is life
descending-
in the end game?
How is it,
there,
Mira?
or rather, is there life in it? Right.
Okay, so what else can be done here? Because black is fine, I think. Yeah, the king is not going to get checkmated soon, and yeah, and then the black's queen will.
Wait a second. Can you do something along the lines of like, don't know, b4?
Before now,
You still can play queen at, yeah, I keep forgetting, like queen s6 is an actual threat. It's not only that you block with queen f6.
Shouldn't we be looking at the knight and pawn endgame?
Yeah.
Because this one is
Perhaps we
critical,
should, yeah.
right?
Queen e6, queen f6.
queen e6.
straight
We
on
can't just
f6.
stop and go. We have to make an assessment.
Then
So
yeah, but then black is
like here.
isn't a lot of pawns falling? So knight to d7.
knight to d7, right?
King maybe.
Yeah, but then you have knight to b8. Oh, there's also b3 as well. But yeah, knight to b8.
Knight b8, knight to
Knight b4.
b4.
Knight to
And then king
Eddie here at the Qatar Masters. Eddie, we haven't seen you for some time.
Yeah.
Tell us, what was your last tournament before this one?
Yeah, I just played 2 tournaments in Armenia, and the last one went quite well. I finished second, so yeah, I'm just happy and looking forward to this event.
Right. What are the expectations for this tournament?
Oh yeah, I just hope I get to play Magnus. So that is the only expectation. No other expectation. Yeah.
All right. And is there any other chessable course coming up that we
Yeah,
have to
I
expect?
hope so. I want to do one from the black side. So yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, because I have done 2 from white, so I would like to do 1 from black. Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I can reveal it yet. I have a plan. So I spoke to the chessable team, so they have given me something. So
All right.
yeah.
And besides Magnus, who do you think is the biggest challenger for you at this event?
Oh, always Anish. Yeah, Anish.
And yeah, who do you want to win besides you?
Besides me, nobody.
Just-
Yeah.
Thank you and
Yeah,
good luck.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.
Hello and welcome back as we are reaching the portion where the players settle down and they enjoy the 30-minute time bonus. And we've had a thrilling start to the Qatar Masters Open so far. The top players, they look like they're in good shape, as we've seen Magnus Carlsen power past his opponent. We also see Hikaru Nakamura. He's in good shape against international master Vantika. And it's been such excitement here in the studio, calling all the action. And for those of you just joining us, I'm joined by International Master Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. I don't know why I keep... I'm getting better. And anyhow, so we left you just before the break, looking at the game between Anish Giri against Rohit. Now, before we revisit that, let's have a check-up on all the other games in progress. So, the crowd favourite, #1 streamer in the world, Hikaru Nakamura. How is he doing?
He is doing very fine. Trying to...
Shall we bring up the live board and just
Yes.
have a quick assessment? Just after the time control, everything looked completely smooth for him, and it's still looking good, right?
It is still looking good, yeah. And before the time control, he already has 2 extra pawns, and now the end is quite near for this game, actually. So yeah, we saw this position with f6. I'll quickly show all the moves that being played on the board. Bishop f6 takes this, and then and then okay, 2 pawns up after bishop takes c4, a3, bishop d5, and black slowly brought all the pawns close to the promotion square, and rook d2 takes, and that's it. This is the position.
He's got a very straightforward plan of just winning the H pawn, and also he can think about pushing the pawns on the other side of the board, right? Like A and B, they can come marching. You know, it's too many pawns that Vantika is missing. So let's move down to Anish Giri against Rohit, because it's an interesting position, because we left and we had a snap assessment that you know, White was winning.
Yep.
And so let's rewind a few moves.
So we saw after rook h1, Anish Giri played rook h1,
Yeah.
and Rohit pushed g4. So Anish Giri decided to take on h2.
Yeah. And we just thought here that after the move g3, that white could simply play rook h4, meeting f5 with rook h5.
Yes, and after king f7, apparently just being behind of the pawn by playing rook g5, for example, will not suffice to win the game because the king will just follow the rook, simply king f6, and if you play rook g8, king f7, that's all. And then there shouldn't be any improvement in the position, and that's why the computer gave the assessment to be a draw. That's why.
And just to clarify, though, the rook has to get behind the g-pawn, because if it doesn't, say, for instance, you go d6.
Or here, yeah, rook d8,
Yeah, so when the rook... Yeah, no, I was thinking when the rook is on h5.
The rook is on h5. Okay, here, rook h5,
Yeah,
king f7.
Yeah, king f7, you say you want to go d6.
Oh, d6 here, okay.
Yeah, then black will simply go g2.
Yep. And after rook g5,
You go rook
there is a check.
f1 check.
And then promote the rook, and
This is probably still a draw.
but I think white has to work about it because there is this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, and it's not really ideal.
It's unclear, yeah?
And we were watching the camera feed during the break, and we caught the moment where Anish Giri just looked at the screen and just thought, no.
He realized he
I
messed up the
have
position.
made a mess.
Yep, yep.
And may I ask you to go back to, say, white's move 40?
Move 40.
Yeah, after black's h2.
Okay.
Yeah, so instead of rook h1, remember we looked at d6 and said, yeah, that would be unfortunate because rook d3. But if we continue the line, rook h1,
Oh, I see. And then
rook takes, and then knight c4. And all of a sudden, this knight, just in time,
D2,
everywhere, and rook h6, knight e3, moreover, and knight g4 is a threat. And apparently, and yeah, have to confess, it's not me that's smart. It's a computer line, but white was winning. That was the only way to win. To blunder, quote-unquote, blunder rook d3 to allow it and win this way. And the natural rook h1 gives away the victory.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah. So after king f7, Anish decided to play king c2.
He did play king c2. So g2 now is not very smart, right?
Because rook g5.
Because rook g5 and we don't have a check.
And
what do we do? Do we go king g6 then?
Oh, you have to give a check first. Oh, instead of g2, you mean?
Instead of g2.
Instead of g2, okay. What can black do here?
c2.
Is king f6 a move?
Can you get a lot of tempo there, right? So you kind of said that after g2 it's not smart, but you do have rook rook f2 to defend everything.
Rook g5, rook f2, king d3.
c3 is more precise. I just don't like to have any checks along this d file.
I think now king f6.
f6. Oh, first of all, I think I have... Okay, I'll go here first, and if you go here, maybe this one.
Yeah, and then now f4.
Oh, there was rook f3 check.
Oh, but this doesn't work.
Yeah, there was rook f3 check on rook g3, and...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, you have a bunch of pieces there, so it's not over.
Yep.
But yeah, but I think, according to machine, that's pretty much the line. So check, and go king, you can go g2, go check, go king f6, and white has to repeat.
This here, rook g8, rook g5.
To g5.
Yeah.
And there is the other funny repetition. If you go to d3 instead of c3 with the king. Yeah, like
this
rook to g5, check, and then you go to d3, and king f6, you can play king e3. Yeah, rook to c2, king f4.
Do you have to go rook to
king
c2
f4
just to...
Yeah, otherwise rook g3, and you know, so you have to have the check on the third rank, and then king f4 and a check.
And rook s just this repetition, yeah. Okay.
Once again.
Okay, so let's run through that one again. So, okay, so the rook So sorry, king to e3. So king to f6, king to e3. I was just rook c2 only move, so that you can check on c3. So rook g3.
G3, it's check, right? Check
Yeah.
on C3, or
And then I drop back.
and it just takes the rook.
Just takes a rook.
Oh God, no!
I think you belong here.
I only have moments.
Back in the studio, you are not playing the tournament.
Goodness me.
Yeah. I found one nice looking move actually, but I don't know how good it is. Like after king c2. Okay, hang on. Now I'm kind of forgetting what it is. What was the move again? If g2, okay,
Yeah.
rook g5,
It's forced.
and then
Rook f2 check. Forced.
yeah, rook f2 check. It's forced here, and then okay. No, this is not the move. Oh, here. If king f6, so simply stopping it. I can play d6 because after this, I can give like this. If you want to stop rook g5, you cannot really stop it actually, but I have this just in time. So
But we see rook to f2 check being played there.
so instead of g2, yeah,
But I think it's the same.
It's the same, yeah.
yeah, it's the same.
You don't want to go to the first ring. Yeah. So after this check, you still have to go to the third rank. Oh, wait a second. What's going on?
Okay, we can. Yeah, and we've seen some moves there, right? So rook f2 check, king coming to d3, and we were expecting g2,
Yes.
Yeah, there was
Which
a
would-
key idea, right?
which would secure the draw, because then the king would just simply chase the white rook around the g line. But
All
Wow.
these checks is just into white's favor because now I think white can just improve the king, yeah, toward the fourth rank and probably looking for a win now. What do you think, Miro?
I don't
where is the king gonna go though?
I
So
don't quite understand, because, yeah, like king d4 is one thing, but what happens if I just go closer to the pawn? Like I go king e2.
If king e2, I think you can give a check
Yeah, so
again.
he's planning on one
Or
more
king
check.
e1 maybe.
but if you go king e1, right?
That's one thing, but
maybe he's
can I go
bank-
forward? Like
King e3?
It seems like I'm losing a tempo, right?
Yeah,
but,
by
but
playing
yeah, but then
f4.
I go king e4, And
It should be all right for white, yeah?
I think it's just winning. So the tricky line perhaps being like black goes g2, rook g5, f3, I would expect. And then there is knight to d7, and knight e5 and knight f3, and I think it's winning.
Just in time.
It's a check and knight f3, and somehow like all the tactics work.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, in the end game, centralize your king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George. Okay. So okay, apologies for that short technical break as we fixed some issues, and we return our attentions back to the fascinating endgame between Anish Giri against Rohit. So just to recap, we left the position at rook h5, and we thought by a miracle that black had achieved a draw because of this idea of pushing the g2 pawn, g3 pawn, and chasing the white rook along the G line. Now,
Yeah, now unfortunately, after a few checks that's made by black, this is only improving the white's position. So I think Anish is just trying to be very careful because he missed the win before and he didn't want to repeat in going into a drawing line again, and he took his time. He could go c4, he could go d4, but I think on the board he chose to play d4.
Yeah, he went king d4. Or king c4, I don't think would win because king d4 also has like one funny tactical idea. I don't know if I should call it tactical. After g2, the most natural move, you go rook g5.
Yep.
yeah,
And after a check
Check first.
on f4, it's just in time to stop the g pawn. So you go king e3,
Okay.
rook g4 you trade, you go king f2, you stop the pawn. And this is easy to miss, I believe.
And after king
on
But
d4
can you not-
is, too far from the...
Can you
no,
not
you take the rook,
take the
not
rook?
the pawn.
hang on.
After
Yeah,
rook
sorry.
G4, after rook g4, you just take the rook.
Right. Yeah.
Here, you just trade them. Yeah, you just
How many hours have we been talking?
it's okay, Irene. Happens to the best of us.
I'm
King
sorry.
F2. And I was thinking this is just, yeah.
No.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
would you agree, like, it's easy to miss when you are calculating, so you think, like, I'll give a check and one more check, and if he goes to fourth rank, it's too far. You don't really calculate move by move, you just think, okay, it's too far from the g-pawn, and it's not far enough, turns out.
Yep.
Yeah, and after king d4, I'm afraid you don't have any other ideas. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the only one which doesn't work, and other than that, like, f4, I believe, is, like, way too slow.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's try F4.
Let's try
because-
f4, yeah?
f4.
And can you push this pawn, d6, d7?
Yeah, go
or-
for it.
I also like this idea, knight d7, knight e5.
Yeah, that's it.
What
You want to bring the knight to that other side.
is knight c4 a move?
Oh, knight c4, yeah, knight c4, knight e5
Knight
too. Yeah,
C4.
I like this move.
Threatening a threat,
Okay.
knight e5.
I will take on the black pieces and I will just play rook to F1.
Rook f1,
Rook
all right.
F1.
Yeah.
Then
Oh, hang on a second. I have to creep up like the caterpillar because if I go rook F1, you can just simply go rook to G5.
yeah, no,
And I'm not
it's
getting
rook to
anywhere.
G5. Yeah, somehow like two connected pass pawns and close enough, but it's very hard to move.
And after king f6?
But now we go to
Now you can go to
G8,
G8.
right?
And after king f7, rook g4, yeah?
Rook
Now
G4.
to G4, yeah. G4.
Yeah.
That's like the king is close
Yeah.
enough and the knight's close enough.
I agree.
It's very unlikely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's also a very curious decision by Rohit, actually, not to push the pawn because, if anything, that should be something, to pursue instead of giving all these checks. And maybe you're right, Miro. He missed this idea with the
Maybe he
F4 to
thought
G4.
it's sort of a perpetual, even though it's funny because the other move was winning too. If King D4 was the only move winning, then it would be easier to understand. But
Yeah.
impulsive decision anyway.
Oh, fascinating endgame there between these two players. And let's move down and take a look at Gukash's game. Because Gukash has been struggling for a while, and he did, in fact, I can see by the pawn structure, break out. Did that help him? Or did it make it worse?
Looks like it's a progress for black.
Well, his knight is now out. That's it was on its starting square.
So two possible scenarios, like black breakthrough and has like good game, very good counterplay, or falls apart immediately. Pick your poison. I mean, I'm not sure. Like bishop to g6, he's probably fine taking on
Bishop
e5.
g6, knight
Like bishop
e5,
g6, knight e5, and you've opened some files, but black piece is all of a sudden well coordinated, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
But what
this
else
position.
do you do? Like the f4 might run into some. Yeah, maybe f4 is what you do. Then the
F4, yeah, and g5 maybe.
Yeah, g5. I was hoping to take on c6 and say like I'm still a pawn up, even though it's far less clear, of course. But after f4, there might be c5 as well. Like c5, bishop g6. God knows.
C5. Yeah.
Not sure what it is.
Yeah, so it feels not so clear for white anymore, yeah, when the knight is out and
Right. And it's very hard
there are
to
some
ask.
initiatives.
It's very harsh on us because unwritten commentators' rules say that on 5th hour of broadcast you're supposed to look at the end games, less pieces, less stuff to calculate. But
there's so many
they've
pieces on the
managed
board
to keep
now.
it like all complex, and it's in fact it's a very complex middle game.
Yeah. And has this actually been played? No,
Yeah.
after 97?
G5,
So
yeah, it's on the board.
97. No, I still have knight d7 as the last move. But yeah, I can double check.
Oh yeah, 97 is still
Knight
the
d7
last.
is the
97 still
last move,
played.
so
Yep.
white is thinking. So
And-
there is a 4, there is
Okay.
possibly something else.
But okay, let's revisit the F4 idea.
Yeah.
F4, C5, and let's be super concrete because it's the kind of position that deserves calculation here, rather than just stopping and going messy. Bishop takes
Yeah.
pawn.
Takes
Bishop
g6.
takes pawn.
Yeah. What next?
Was it?
I think I like C4 here.
Yeah, I also like C4.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah,
Maintain
C4.
the
And if the
integrity.
rook goes anywhere, you can take on B4. So if you,
Yes,
I think the rook has to be on the B file. Yeah.
yeah, like you have to keep
Yeah.
the rook on the b file.
Like rook B2. or
B2.
Yeah, maybe
B2.
it's more
B2.
natural
to
on
kind
B2.
of keep the open.
Yeah, but then strangely
Flank.
the king is not as weak, right? Can we get away with rook f to b8 all of a sudden? Like, I want your pawn.
Ooh, that's
I mean, probably over optimistic. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I like
if
it.
doesn't work, but
Yeah, but wait 1 second. Do you not have...
so. White indeed play F4. F4 happened on the board already.
But can you not do the same thing? Can you not go rook
rook
CV1?
b8, rook b1. Yeah,
Rook b1,
that's my
right?
pawn.
I insist.
Yeah, could be. Interestingly, the bishop is rather useless. g6.
Yeah, for
yeah.
the time being. But, you
For the
know,
time being, yeah.
the-
Sorry, no.
once the queen starts sniffing around on the king side, it's going to be a very
It's
fine piece.
The weirdest position. Seen in a long time. Yeah, like
Yeah.
black king is completely open, and both sides care is the b4 pawn.
Yeah,
Surprising.
but could black kind of move a rook over to the c line and threaten c3.
Rook d1 and then so
Yeah, and I was just wondering whether
Rook
the
c7,
blockading
yeah,
move
or-
queen c3 is going to be enough to just...
Yeah, the knight is still not good, right? 7. It's a very unlucky knight here.
Because you can see a universe that if white were to cement this position, then the bishop can go back to c2 and then maybe go to a4 and then...
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm actually surprised that you didn't grab this pawn, Yovi, because you could have this
if
idea, like in this position.
that I could have grabbed a pawn.
The B pawn, you could grab it.
Oh, here.
Like takes
Yeah, but I was seduced by this like
Rook C7
protected
in
past
yeah? Or,
pawns. Yeah.
yeah, but okay, this is
If you take with this...
just simply take it, I guess.
Yeah, but then it just kind of feels like the bishop can drop back to b1. I'm just putting it there and then rook to h1 and
Bishop.
attack.
Yes.
Yeah, there might be issues with a6 and then rook c7.
Oh,
Once
yeah,
again, I'm
that's
not
two.
sure
Ah,
how it works and if
that's
it
possible
works,
as well. Yes, here, and then if you play here.
With
rook
my
C7,
king on
yeah.
g8 lacking the cover, I wouldn't like white rook to appear on the 7th rank. And queen d8, I possibly have like queen c2 or something. Just keep the rook on the 7th rank. It seems terribly annoying.
So the upset on the top board happened on board number 10. We saw already this game. Kushagra Mohan defeated Fedosiev. And how many rating differences between them two? Okay, 200. Oh, almost actually 300, almost.
Wow.
It's 300
It's like
votes.
270, I guess. Wow, that's
You played through the game and it looked like it was a
it was a
great
convincing
game.
win. Yeah, it was a convincing win by Kushagra.
And talking about someone who didn't get it perhaps in a convincing win, but in the end his power and determination pulled through. It was Nordebek's game against the young Seaman. And there it was the knight endgame.
It was an endgame.
Yeah, the one that we briefly discussed.
Yeah, and it was all to do with the quality of the
Outside
pawns.
pass pawn
Yeah.
and this other pawn as well. Yeah, I think Botvinnik would be very happy to see this second weaknesses principle happening on the board.
Could be him. Could be.
And someone on board 9 that we haven't really paid too much attention to, but we should check in on, is Nihal
Nihal.
Sarin playing against Zhao Chan.
Is it an expression when they say squeezing wood out of stone?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that seems what he's
To be
doing.
this game, yeah?
That seems, yeah.
Because it didn't seem like there was anything in the game, but yeah, let's quickly take a look. I mean, out of this position, right? It's almost nothing. Okay, you have the IQP, but with reduced number of pieces on the board, I don't think white could exploit it, but I was wrong. So Nihal was played all out, and then we got into the position where
There's still not much, right?
there's still not much, but I think it's quite an improvement, or maybe not.
I think there's something.
There's something, right?
Yeah, it's...
Black to move, right?
So
Let's go knight c7.
knight c7 at
White
e6, yeah, that is the idea.
Like very, traphoritic idea.
But you can see there could be somewhere in
There
the
is
world.
one more.
bishop
Sorry
can
to
come to
interrupt.
C.
There is one more thing that I just thought. Like, believe it or not, but like if after d4, like black plays d4, if you promise me to take with the queen, like if queens are off, this might be like very close to a fortress. Like, with the knight on d6, pawn on f6, the king can't enter. So I don't think it's fortress in this particular case because black has double pawns and so on. But it kind of hints that a lot of resources for black to, to defend. So I would try knight c7, knight e6 if I can. Then, covering d4 is always looking to play d4 yourself and pushing the queen away also.
Yeah, and by the way, Hikaru did beat Fantica as expected.
Yeah, so board 2.
Yeah, so
wins.
we don't need to...
Yep.
We're expecting this all along. And should we go back to...
Anish game, yeah?
Yeah, this one is going to be a win for Anish.
g2 happen. Rook g5, rook f2, and now, according to what we know, knight d7 or even...
Weren't you looking at king e3?
Oh, we were looking at...
We were looking at king e3. Will king e5 work? Oh no, it doesn't
Also
work,
bring
does
in the knight to c.
Knight c4. I like knight c4 because the knight on b6.
All safe and sound, like...
I like my protected pieces. Bring the knight back to the center, helping the rook with the job, stopping the pawns.
But after knight c4, there is the possibility of going rook takes pawn.
Oh, okay.
And if you grab the pawn on
Oh,
f5, you would be
Don't be
in for
inaccurate,
a
yeah.
rude
Don't be
awakening
inaccurate.
after king to
Yeah, king
g6.
g6.
All
That's
right.
it. Yeah. So that's something that Anish shouldn't do. So after knight c4, rook takes a2, what is the winning idea here? Maybe just simply knight e3, yeah?
Knight e3.
Knight e3, just get the pawns, and you still are left with the strong d5 pawn. So anything
Here
wins.
it feels like we are looking for a miracle, right? So it's no longer... I mean, it's very hard to believe that there is some fight left. So it's, you make moves with black, obviously. You don't resign, you
Yep.
hope for something, but it's not much to
So
fight for.
So we are left with this game of Gukesh. So after f4, Gukesh is still thinking what to do next. We're thinking of g5.
That
But
was
maybe it's not
an idea, right?
according to his taste, g5. Is there anything
But
else?
he's a fighter.
Oh, c5. We talked about c5.
c5, yeah, with c5 we were looking at bishop takes pawn, and it was still better, a lot better for white. But let's try your g5, because the advantage of that is it's a randomizing move, and I don't know whether it just accelerates black's defeat.
Can I capture the pawn on c6?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Rook takes c6.
And also, the rook on b3 can swing to g3 as well. So, yeah. Okay, so let's try it. Let's put it on the board. Rook takes
Yes,
c6.
rook takes pawn.
Okay. And then rook takes pawn again.
Now pawn takes.
Yeah, like pawn
Okay.
pawn takes, and how do we
We cough,
continue with...
and we move the knight to f5.
Ah,
Ooh.
that's...
Illegal, you'll find.
Well, illegal, it's one thing. It's impossible on a digital board.
Yeah.
And sometimes I suffer because of this. Like,
Can we play
you
this?
really want to show that if this knight would have been here,
Yeah.
it'd be a different story, but you can't. Right.
Maybe queen h4.
Yeah, so pawn takes, queen h4, and can we...
You cannot grab the pawn because of queen g4.
Yeah, I had something like really silly in mind, like going bishop h7.
Yeah, I can take
I
it with
have-
the queen.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Take-
Mm.
okay,
I had a bishop h7.
right, but queen takes,
Queen takes.
check, king f7 is a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I just wanted to show it.
That's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we have to be that flashy, though.
No, but the idea of rook to g3 is still very much there. Maybe you can just move the bishop rather than...
Yeah, just move the bishop somewhere.
So move the bishop after queen h4, yeah? And in this position, move the bishop where? e2.
Okay, I know. A6.
a6,
Ooh,
bravo.
bravo. Yeah.
Double attack.
Yeah, why not?
It's all about
Yeah.
double attacks today, right?
It's good. Now she's back, Miro.
Yeah.
Now she's back.
to the tournament.
Back to the tournament, yeah.
95. Let's have fun.
Okay, let's do it.
95.
Can we
Okay,
do
now you swing the... No, you can't swing
rook
the rook.
g3?
Yeah, so now you have to go bishop takes. There's still no threat, right?
No, we can give a check first.
No, because he goes rook g7.
Ah, that worked.
But, so
Oh, wow.
instead we got to remove
Hmm.
those nuisances.
95, bishop b7.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was
Looks
really,
scary.
I was really hoping for this 95 to
What about knight g4?
g4.
Oh no, but you go rook h3.
Rook h3, yeah,
And
and
it's sad.
safe and sound for white.
That's
Yeah.
There's nothing else, yeah? Even though the king looks like it's weak, but all the pieces are protecting it. So it should be fine for white.
I think We did get a move though, not G5.
Yeah, we've gotten the whole sequence.
I think C5.
C5,
Yeah.
C5 is
Bishop
played.
A8,
C4.
and white played rook
Oh,
B to B1.
But not B2.
Not B2, which means there can
Not
be a
solid
pile-up on the
Oh.
B line. Okay, so
Solid.
Okay, so here's the position, and now how to defend this pawn on B4.
well, you probably don't then.
You can't, yeah.
But then the question is, how do you continue? Do you go?
Is it any good, right? Like to go some thinking like Queen D4, Queen E3, hoping to take A7 when you take B4, but it's a temporary measure.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a turnaround by Gukesh.
Yeah, I'm not sure though, because the white king can hide itself on H3 without too many consequences.
Yeah, like
Oh.
we could find a way for white to say trade one rook on B4, but save the other one and pile against, kind of pile up against the black king somehow. Oh yeah, but it's not easy, right?
Yeah. So could you do like rook H1? I'm
H1,
thinking of
yeah.
candidate moves. I'm thinking about Queen D4, Queen E2, rook H1. Okay, now rook takes pawn. Just
And
go in.
if we trade, right?
If you
Yeah,
trade
actually,
like
we
this,
could
Look, we
go
have
bishop
rook
H2.
H7, huh?
You go bishop H7.
Or rook H7, no?
Yeah, because the rook on B1 is defended.
oh,
It took
he
me
did
a
it.
long time to see
H1.
this. That's why. What's happened?
No, he did it. Rook H1.
He went rook H1.
Yeah, your move.
That could be a bad sign, though.
Yeah, so rook
But it
H1.
looks like a good move to make. Yeah, after rook B4, so Gukesh hasn't met the move yet, but yeah, what happened after rook B4?
Rook H7. Does rook H7 win?
Rook H7.
Yeah, because the queen is overloaded, right? I mean,
Oh,
you
you
have to
have-
defend the D7 knight and the B4 rook.
And you have bishop C2. I was thinking to get
yeah,
rook
like if you
B1,
take B1,
and bishop C2 is there.
rook takes E7, and rook B2, there is bishop C2, right?
Yeah, so after rook H7, what to do?
I don't think you should get that far.
Yeah, maybe you go knight F8, huh? Rook H1, maybe you just go knight F8.
Knight
Don't
F8.
take the pawn.
Don't take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, after rook H1,
go knight F8.
just knight F8, yeah, stopping
And then
rook
he goes
H7.
F5, aha.
Yeah.
So that's how
Wow.
it goes. 5 and... Because I
I
was
didn't expect this.
seriously like looking for the moment to open it up, but
Okay, but
Yes.
how straightforward is
how
this?
bad it is.
Yeah, I understand
like
it's bad.
No, it might not be bad. It's just like it's very thematic move. That's why I'm saying, oh, there is F5, but it might
Yeah.
be nothing of F5.
Yeah, I just think that black's position is bad, but how bad is it on a human scale? That's what I want to know. So
So
say,
what
for
do you
instance,
do?
okay, so I can take the bishop, I can take the pawn.
Right, so taking
No,
take
taking the
the
pawn,
bishop.
there's queen D5. I think you forgot about that.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's
if you take the bishop,
take
okay,
the bishop,
take it back,
yeah, pawn
and then
takes.
and then queen G7.
for some reason I want to put my queen on G7, move that queen over there to protect the king.
G7.
Queen
Queen
G7,
rook
but then you're not.
H6.
Yeah, you're not threatening anything. Well, maybe not rook H6.
Oh, if queen
You go
G7,
rook
queen
H-
G5.
You go rook H5 first. So go queen G7.
No, I'll play queen G5 instead of anything else. I want to play rook H7.
Yeah, right. Queen G5 just wins because if
Yeah,
you take
'cause you've
B4,
got
there's
queen
queen
to D8
D8 check.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is too much.
this
This is too much. But could we look at the other one after F5? If E takes F,
It takes F. Can I
Yeah,
take on
yeah.
D5?
check and
King. Or maybe
Yeah,
knight
like-
E6 or queen E6. Yeah.
like Queen E6. How bad is it? Well, I mean the end game is probably bad, but so for some reason, like here with White, you're looking for the way to, not to play the end game pretty much.
Yeah.
But maybe just trading, going Bishop F5 is good enough.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Wow.
He's still fighting. I don't think he's done yet. He'll find some resources. So other than that, in top 20 boards, I'm checking like was, by huge margins. It's Nihal Sarin, this very longish end game.
It will be very long, yeah.
Yeah.
96, okay, so Nihal is trying to make h5 work, but after knight e6, I don't see anything else. Knight e6, maybe queen e5, yeah?
Yeah, no, 6 he is planning. I'm sure he's planning for queen e5.
And then with the idea of bishop g6. But then you can simply just protect the knight. But how to do it?
96, queen e5.
Oh, I like d4 actually. What do you think? 96, queen e5, d4.
d4.
If you take g6, then just take on e3 first.
Can we just try to show it, to move it?
Okay, so black already moved it to knight e6.
So he did play knight e6.
Uh-huh.
And if queen e5, we are planning to go d4. So we sack the pawn though, right?
Yeah, if you take on g6, I'll take on e3 first. And how are you going to win it? Even in the queenside
pawn.
game?
I will. It will take lots and lots of moves, but you'll be under time pressure. So king takes.
Also, you can take on g5 if you
Yeah.
want to. Right?
Yeah.
That's a big question.
But
Because
hang on a
after
second, queen takes g5.
Queen
Queen
g5.
G5
Yeah. I cannot give any check because there's bishop e4.
might be lost.
It's a lost pawn endgame. Yeah, I agree.
And I think what you do, like as black, you take g6, queen takes e6,
King h7.
king h7, right? Actually looks bad.
But should be defendable.
For the fun of it, after b5, there is queen e8, just to mention. I mean, if white goes b5,
Oh,
queen
yeah,
e8 makes
queen
a
e8,
draw.
yeah.
Queen e8 makes a draw because queen e4, you take the pawn on b5.
Yeah.
But
Nice
yeah,
trick.
these are cheapos, right?
But this should be a drawing endgame.
Well, probably.
Yeah,
But at the same time, like imagine if you're playing against someone practical, what he does, he puts queen on e4. So everything's protected, the g6 pawn is pinned, and then starts moving the king around.
yeah.
And it could be a draw, like mathematically, but holding it with a limited time, it's a very, very unpleasant task.
And he did it.
Yeah, he does.
This is
do
the
it.
game, yeah.
Yeah, and I was also going to mention that down on board 45, it looks like there's going to be a big upset as Sankalp Gupta is losing to, I think she's 16 years old, Alua Nurmanova.
I have to look.
It's down on board 45. Don't worry, but I
Okay.
just wanted to
We don't
mention.
have-
No.
We don't have.
I just want to show it, this
Yeah,
position.
This is
okay,
the
I found
position,
it.
Whoa.
and she looks
What a
like she's in
domination.
full control here. So
Yeah.
fantastic
Love it.
result there from the 16-year-old.
Totally love it. Okay, back to Nihal Sarin's game. And Cho Chen just played d4. And I think we are missing something. If bishop takes here, and then king takes here, maybe it is time for the king to move up. The queen to move somewhere. Yeah? Like queen f8? Maybe? Another double attack, maybe? I'm attacking before.
Right, you are. But also, like queen d1 was an interesting
Queen d1.
alternative.
Yeah, and you have knight f8 if there is any check on
Yeah,
the...
at first I thought like, it would be
Yeah.
lovely to play queen d1, but check, back rank checkmate. But then, I realized there is knight f8, there is no checkmate.
So I think, you should just keep the knight on the board and then play this position with less of a pawn, but the king on e3 is quite exposed. It's very easy to give some ritual. So I think this should be it. If Nihal played bishop takes g6, he should be ready for a draw.
Okay, wait a second. I have a question. E takes d4.
Okay, I'll take it with the knight.
You take it with the knight. That's unfair. Why don't you take it with the
No. I'll take it with the knight.
Knight takes, and then it's harder and harder. It's kind of harder and harder for white to control like all the squares the knight can be. right?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Because you're getting the f5 square, the e6 square, and so on and so on.
Yeah, so this is still the current position. Nihal hasn't made any decision yet, and he took on g6.
He took on g6.
Yes, I saw it on the video, and
So now,
I think DE should be coming up on the board soon. Cho Chen, I don't think he has any other option.
is
than to
queen
continue that
e3
way.
any different? Like if we take back with the queen,
Takes back with the queen. Now there is no check on the back rank. I can safely move the queen. Queen d1, for
I
example.
beg your pardon, after bishop g6, is d3 a move? Just in case.
d3.
I just thought like,
Tricky stuff. Okay.
that's a passed pawn, and we move it forward. Can this be of any, I don't know, any significance?
Yep. So bishop
Good.
f7 doesn't work. King f7, g6, king e7, and there's no more check. So there's no tactic there. What did Nihal do?
He can play king e1 right after d3.
King e1 back.
That's true.
I was looking at. I was like, wow, but then I realized, basically.
yeah. King
Okay,
E1,
so
very nice.
the game continued with de3.
So he captured. Yeah.
he captured a3 and queen
And
takes
queen
e3.
takes. Queen takes to avoid perhaps this queen d1 and
Yeah.
so on. But after queen e3,
I have queen d6 maybe. Queen d6, another double attack on
yeah,
b4.
queen d6 looks lovely.
Yeah.
Because
And
queen
queen h2. Yeah,
queen h2, queen b4.
Right. Oh,
Yeah, after queen d6,
no, I just had a glimpse. Maybe Nihal missed it. I don't know. He was looking upset. Yeah, but queen d6 should be the move here. I don't
Yeah.
see a better move than that.
then
It's a great move, right? Attacks the b4.
Attacks everything,
and
yeah.
defends everything as
Yeah.
well. You've got
And then
queen
this
h2
one,
check,
yeah.
as you pointed out. No, this is very much looking like it should be in the realms of the draw. In fact, I would almost prefer black here.
I would play
And
black as well.
someone who is also struggling, let's revisit them and see whether they can wriggle and save the draw. Is Gukash.
and look at the camera view. So Giri and Rohit,
Still analyzing.
They're still analyzing this
They
endgame.
finished long time ago, actually.
Yeah.
They're still
They're
analyzing.
still analyzing this endgame.
Wow. They really love chess.
Yeah, but it was a really fascinating endgame, or study-like, I would say.
Let's show the finishing move. So we saw, okay, king e3. Giri decided to play king e3 in that position. Takes knight c4, and here, and after this, what is going on? Why is it resigning? King e4.
He's going to lose the g2 pawn.
Yeah.
King f3, I guess.
Maybe king f3, but maybe they moved the king too soon before confirming the result, putting the kings on the center. Yeah, I think it's king f3. Could it be?
That makes sense.
Yeah, king
makes
f3.
sense.
Yeah,
King
yeah. You
F3.
just want to take.
Just take
take it,
X
yeah.
assets, and then that's it.
Okay, let's see how Gukash is doing.
Well, it is an exercise in suffering, and f5. That's what we were looking at.
He's on the board.
It
Right?
is
Yeah.
on the board. Yeah.
Some threats. White is threatening to go f6. There's also pawn takes pawn in the air. The queen is also threatening to go to h6. So what is going to happen after rook takes pawn then? Just to
Rook takes
show
pawn.
me how white is going to put the boot in.
I think queen h6 will do the job.
There's f6 as well.
There's f6,
There's f6,
f6
as well.
first.
Yeah, f6. I like f6 better actually. Yeah, I like it.
Sort of in the same vein, like the bishop guards b1. So,
Yeah.
so just in case, I'm improving the situation.
And you also...
And you
Also
have
keeping,
f7.
gotta
and then
keep in the
h6,
material,
yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Okay, so absolutely cannot take the pawn on b4.
Right.
Yep.
So if I would be looking for a way to save, still I would try to take on f5, hoping that the best white has is
this,
queen
yeah?
d5 and queen e6.
Wait. There's
least
one
two.
desperado move
Alright.
that just occurred to me. I'm really trying when I look at chess to do the whole checks captures threats.
Right.
And there's one c3.
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 Throw that in, just for fun, just to make sure you're queen.
And queen h6, queen g7, something like that.
Well, the whole plan was after queen takes pawn, I was going to go e takes f5. But after
Right,
You
so
cannot
there's
take
the
it
one-
now. You have to play queen
yeah, I'm
g6.
going to go
yeah?
queen g7.
I mean queen g7.
Golden
because
rule:
queen
when your
HD.
king is in trouble, swap queens.
Yep. Okay.
But okay, what happens if you don't go queen h6 and just take the pawn on c3, because that's an option.
And then takes this on f5.
Yeah, you take on f5.
And e6 maybe.
Oh.
E6. Yeah.
I almost want to say rook h8
But hang on,
followed
there's
by
knight takes
e6,
bishop.
but it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Wait, guys, there's knight takes bishop.
Oh.
No, but hence rook h8, e6, check,
Okay.
but it doesn't work because black blocks with the queen. And he has
So-
enough captures.
C3 queen c3 then. And after e takes e5, okay, just simply take on f5.
Yeah,
I think that should be it.
but now you can go rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn. And
Okay, well,
e6 now.
well, this is a little bit of a moot point because Gukash didn't see c3. Instead, he just went for e takes f5.
Yeah, but how bad is e takes f5? Once again, we are returning to this question because bishop f5 is not that deadly, right? I can take, hopefully I can take on e5. So, and if queen d5 check, then at least there is queen e6. So the queens are getting swapped.
Mm-hmm.
So queen takes, knight takes. The b pawn can't be saved.
And bishop takes this and knight
Yeah, bishop
d4.
f5. I was hoping for knight d4 to work, yeah.
Does it work though? Bishop e4 maybe, yeah?
e4, rook takes.
And then there's a check first on d5.
Check on d5, king,
King g7.
g7, the only move. But yeah, but I can see kind of white not winning this one. It must be winning, but still, like there is potential to go wrong, so to speak.
Is there?
How is it?
Is
like
how?
if I just
Because you
take
could just take on
and then rook c1.
and then yeah, exactly.
Seriously,
Yes,
seriously.
I'm that materialistic. I guess you go
Yeah.
rook b.
Okay, knight f5,
No, rook
king
b5,
f3.
I mean, there is a fight now. Come on. I mean,
There's what?
it's one pawn only, like rook b5 yeah,
b5. I'll take on c4.
with the bishop, right?
Uh,
Rook
yeah.
e5. I mean,
Rook e5.
why is it so hopeless?
Well, this is what we wanted to check.
I mean, it kind of is, but like, don't you see, like,
Okay, but you have moves like rook d1.
rook d1, knight to f5, I would
Okay,
guess,
check.
Yeah, now check.
on
Check.
d7,
Yeah, and
right?
now big decision. Are you gonna
King
Yeah.
goes somewhere. h6 is too much.
Then you take the a pawn.
And then knight e3, and I'm jumping for joy.
Oh God, yeah.
So that was the, yeah, that king f6, of course, is a
Yeah.
more natural move.
Yeah,
King
just king
f6.
f6. There's that here. Wow. Okay.
No, like a5's hanging, knight e3 is hanging. There are threats. Like, I'm not saying white's not winning, but it's easy, like especially like you're getting to your last minute.
Yeah.
There is potential to misplay it.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
So queen takes d5,
D5.
played.
And Gukesh is still.
Queen e.
Does he see any alternative? Could there be like what, king g7? Do we believe in?
No, queen
No,
No,
he
e6.
played it.
queen
Queen
He
e6 is
would
on the
be
board. Yeah. This
taking
is what
those
happened.
queens off as fast as possible.
Yeah. So now a big decision: trading the queen or not. Oh, I think white has to, yeah, because the bishop on g6 is.
That's
Yeah, white has to.
not much.
So takes. Yeah, I think that is quite a
So you trade.
straightforward line. So after takes, bishop here.
Very likely you
Knight
have to take
d4.
on f5, knight d4. Yeah, like maybe bishop e4, bishop d5. Maybe we just help black. Perhaps we have to accept that. Yeah, b4 is gone, and look for possibly a better setup. I don't know if it exists there.
Maybe there is a better setup. Okay,
Like
so
g4
like okay, I just
or
maybe we don't rush to take the pawn on f5. Can we? Because okay, actually no, we've got a few moves.
He did it. He took on.
He did
5.
take. Yeah, he did take. And they're also very limited on time, so
Yeah, natural
like-
moves are going to be played.
that's
Knight d4. Yeah, this is
Knight
according
d4.
to what we talk about. Bishop e4 is just natural to play. You want to give a check on d5.
It's also possible to go rook f1, right?
I think you normally want
But
to keep the
although
bishop.
I don't think I would want to play that. Bishop b4 makes sense.
Yeah, bishop b4 makes a lot of sense. Black apparently takes on b4.
Oh, hang on a second. Oh yeah, after bishop e4, just to rook takes pawn.
Hmm?
Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook, rook takes rook.
Yeah, what's happening after rook h7?
Rook
Rook
h7. What happens after rook h7? The answer is we don't know. But I would like to abuse the fact that, you know, the bishop has to protect the rook. Some knight c6. Nah.
Knight c6,
it's-
e6, yeah?
Knight c6, e6 is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I have to do is rook b5 or something?
Rook b5 and
Yeah, but
Rook takes pawn.
rook
Yeah.
d7.
rook takes,
takes-
or even rook d7.
I
Yeah,
like rook d7.
both are
Oh,
good.
okay.
Feels like both are good.
And then bishop d5
Yeah.
and then take on c4.
Yeah, so rook h7 is clever, of
C6.
course. Like cut the king on the last string. Yeah.
But this move is interesting. Rook h7. Yeah, I think this is one of the
H7.
best moves.
Oh wait, and if I give a check on b2, okay, after rook h7, maybe I give a check on b2
King h3 maybe, or
and rook e2. So as I said, like I like the fact that
We
bishop
have some
e4.
moves.
bishop is overloaded.
Yeah, bishop e4 is on the board. Takes on b4.
What a
Yep. And
fighting game, huh?
Okay, I want to quickly check on Nihal.
Right.
So, okay, queen's endgame. Fun fact.
Wow.
My last queen endgame lasted me 8 hours.
Whoa.
So I kind of a bit traumatic when there is a queen's endgame like this. Could we be staying in the office for 8 hours?
no.
because of this?
I think what will happen is actually we're probably going to be wrapping up quite soon, and we will do some assessments.
Okay, now it's your.
Now it's time for my assessment.
So
Draw.
on this game of Gukash, what do you think? Will White make an upset in this game or not, or will it end up with a draw? Okay, Rook b4 is on the board. Rook b4, and then this is actually the moment where we're going to see if Rook h7 is going to happen.
Yeah, but that's the other line. He has already given a check.
Oh, he gave a check already. Oh, okay.
So here we had
Rook
rook
C1.
c1 as a
Right.
suspect, right?
After King G7, like, is that right? 27 seconds left.
Yeah,
Whoa.
at the previous move, he only
Oh,
had
then
4
no,
seconds left.
He's not going to make it.
It's not gonna make it.
He's
Yeah.
this is.
It's just
going
gonna
to
be drawn. Yeah, I think so too. Something happened. Oh, Rook c1. Yeah, we predicted that.
Yeah.
Rook c1 is on the board,
Let me
Let's
check.
stick with this game.
Since I
Okay.
have it.
and then Rook b5, and then after all these pawn takes.
Do you know, just for the record, after rook takes b4, the relation is 0-0-0.
0-0.
Just in case, yeah. So it wasn't winning at all. Interestingly,
Even with Rook H7.
f5 completely winning, ef5, queen d5 winning, queen e6,
Shall
queen
we
e6,
look that up?
Oh, yeah,
knight
yeah, yeah.
e6, still winning.
So where was the win?
Bishop
then?
f5, knight d4, rook b to f1.
So
Jovi, you said rook f1. No
Rook
one's going to play, but it was
this is
apparently it was the strongest move in the
No
position.
way.
But yeah, it's
No
so
way.
computerish,
It's
to
only
be
because
honest.
you guys were going.
And what happened after taking on b4?
Yeah, and if rook takes b4, bishop h7. No, come on. I mean, bishop h7.
King-
It's too much. King
King-
g7, and that's still understandable. But you have to go rook h4 and
H4.
prepare
Oh, to
prepare to go to
King
h3 because that was I was struggling. Like whenever in my variations, I was trying to keep like pieces on the board. Like I thought,
Oh,
check on
wow.
the second rank, it's bad. Yeah,
Brilliant.
yeah, rook h4, and it was +4 almost.
Okay.
This is hard.
That was completely winning.
I mean, it's beautiful though.
Yeah,
And it's
that's-
actually very instructive to kind of this idea of relocating the rook just to create shelter for the king. And if we were to go back to the game position, because the clock times there are exciting. Mohammed has just 33 seconds left on the board according to the clock times here on my screen, and Gukash just under 3 minutes.
Yep. And Gukash is now thinking which pawn to take, yeah? A5 or E5.
b5, bishop to c4, right? And he is deciding which one is he.
He
Yeah.
took on E5.
E5, yeah?
Yeah. And I guess maybe a problem is that if white were to go A6, you can go rook C5, and it's not easy to extricate yourself from the pin.
Rook D1 was on the board.
Yep.
And now, okay, this is exactly what we already talked about before, yeah? Knight F5 is the good
And now
move.
knight F5 is
he
great.
did it, he did it.
Yep.
Yeah, Rook D7, I think white should just clarify.
Maybe white should actually just go rook D7 and
And then, yeah.
And take it, yeah.
and take the pawn, because after all,
Oh,
But
okay,
Rook
Rook
Wait a second.
D7.
Play.
Yeah.
wait a second. Is there a chance that we'll see Gukash playing rook and knight against the rook? I mean, if you... No, I mean, there
King
is the...
F6, yeah.
like king f6.
Yeah, take the pawn, take the pawn.
well, maybe, you know, he will just go bishop to D3.
D3, yeah.
Right, rook
rook
a5 and
takes
take the knight.
take the knight.
That's
Draw.
it. That's it. But it's a great save by Gukash then.
Yeah, fantastic save. And also, we have to take our hats off to Mohammed. You know, he played a really great game.
Yeah,
Almost outplaying
no,
Indian number one.
Yeah,
seriously,
yeah.
I've clicked through like this sequence starting with f4, all this sharp stuff. It was spot on by white. And it was the position was such that he had to find it till the very end. So it's like he played brilliantly, but to Gukash as well. Kudos to Gukash, because like it was a very tough position and kept
Good defender.
coming up with ideas. Yeah,
Bishop A6 was on the board. I think
Bishop
Bishop will just take on
A6.
A5, Rook A. Okay, this is repeated.
Yeah.
Drawn, yeah.
oh, Bishop A6. So technically, you're a pawn up, right?
Yeah, yeah. You keep the extra pawn. And now just
A5,
hoping
Rook A7.
for black to play King E6. One can be hopeful.
You never know. That's true.
Yeah, that's actually the only square to lose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And white will have to play rook A8 and go bishop B7.
Okay.
Get out of the pin.
I wanna update ourselves on Nihal Sarin's game, and still Queen's Endgame. Queen D2. Okay, I think black.
Check.
Yeah, should be able to find all the checks because this king on H7 is also very safe. Almost no check there. Yeah, but this
That's-
queen, yeah, it's just
Yeah, I mean, the
very
white king
exposed.
is going to have to make a dash for it to...
So the last two boards and the top 10 boards are going to end
Yeah.
with a draw. Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very likely.
Yeah.
And what a remarkable save by Gukash, who was under pressure right from the opening. And this game between Nihal Sarin and Zuchin, we expect to finish in a draw. And what a day of excitement we've had
Yeah.
so far. Well, who's impressed you the most, actually, Irene?
Who impressed me the most? Oh, actually, I have to come back to my room and then look at literally all the games, because I'm sure there are so many good games in the lower boards. I saw so many upsets already. So many grandmasters fell down by much lower rated players. But so far on the top 10 games that we saw together, I think okay, Carlsen just did his work, right? Just almost no chance for his opponent. And Hikaru as well is almost just very smooth game for both of them. Anish Giri almost create a half an upset, but he redeemed himself after that, and ended up with winning a game. Oh, who else?
It's been a day full of excitement. I also agree that the top seeds, especially at the top, they really powered through. But we did see a few casualties. Fedoseev losing, Gukash on the verge of losing, but pulling a miracle save out of the hat there.
May I just, small interference. If we are talking about dominant wins, can you bring up one position on the
Jordan
board for me?
yeah.
So Jordan van Forest, after White's move 29, Jordan playing with the black pieces. Because if I've ever seen one side being dominant, that's that's the case. We did not see this particular moment, but that's something.
Wow, and this is the moment to finish on, right? Because that is a work of art there. The white queen cannot move.
Simply makes you laugh.
It is an art. It is an art. It's a skill to create such a structure.
Yes.
I mean, even for white.
Yeah, like even with white, how you...
Wow. And on that note, I'd like to thank everyone for watching the stream. It's been an eventful day of chess at the Qatar Masters Open. It's back after 8 years, and we are absolutely thrilled to have Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri all competing in one of the world's strongest opens. Tomorrow, you can join us at the same time, same place. So don't go anywhere. There's going to be more exciting games to watch.
See you tomorrow.
Peter, like at the Qatar Masters, we don't see you at the commentary, we don't see you playing. Please tell us, what is your occupation at the Qatar Masters?
But I'm still very happy to be here. It's really a wonderful event, an incredible organization. I'm actually here with my very good friend Salem. We had a training camp before in Sharjah, and then in the last minute the question appeared, why am I not joining? Yes, I had wonderful memories. I've been here already. I know that the organization is always fantastic, and then I joined and I'm supporting him.
Right, Peter, this is the third edition. The other two was in 2015, and then the next year. Have you played that tournament, or you played somewhere else?
I played in 2016 the World and Rapid and Blitz here in Doha. It was in fact the Blitz section, my best results ever in a World Blitz Championship. I think I shared 6th place, and the last dramatic game was against Magnus. And Magnus had to win the title, but I had the white piece. It was a big fight. Finally, it ended in a draw. Okay. It secured me the 6th place, and Magnus then got 2nd. Fantastic experiences and very nice memories.
Right. And tell us a little bit about Salem. Is he ready to win the tournament?
Okay, well, in every open tournament, I think you have to go step by step. It's very important to get a good start. On the other hand, also already in the first round, you get some very unpleasant, strong opponents, because one should not really just look at the ratings. Yeah? For example, Salem is now playing against a 2400 Indian player. We know that Indians are very strong, and you have to take it very seriously. A good start helps, because then you get a lot of confidence. Then also probably the pressure of trying to win at all costs disappears. You can more just start to play chess. I believe also that if he gets to win good games at the beginning, it will be much easier for me to help, because then he will start to play against really very strong players. Then it's easier for me to help him in preparation. Here I'm now motivating him, to stay focused, give his best, and let's see how it goes.
Right, it's always good to have a person who will talk you after the game, and Salem has a very good company. What is the routine after the game for you two?
Well, it's the very first round, so we don't yet have a routine. We came here 1-2 days in advance, so it was nice to get the atmosphere of Doha. We have visited wonderful places. But now it's time to play chess, and clearly the focus will be on chess, and after the game then you analyze the game a little bit, but at the same time already keep the focus on the next game. The drawing of lots usually takes place in the evening, then already after dinner you start to think about the next game.
Right. During the training camp that you had before the Qatar Masters, was there any sport games that you played, like football or paddle or some other games, or you were just fully focused on chess?
Well, Salem loves to play football. I like to play table tennis. We did play table tennis. Paddle we have been already doing in the past as well. Salem is very sportive, and it's always a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and it's so nice to see him that he is really happy. He's looking forward to this tournament, and also then the Grand Swiss is coming. Yeah, so it wasn't like be prepared for the Qatar Masters. It was more general preparation, so that the big challenges also in Grand Swiss then will be addressed.
Right, right. The best of the luck, you two, as a team, for both of events. And final question will be about Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, and other top guys are here. This is extra flavor to the tournaments like this. What can you tell us about all these top guys coming here at the Qatar Masters?
Well, I think it's obvious that they know that it's a fantastic organization. They are very much welcomed. They are looking forward to this event. I remember Magnus and Anish already playing before in the Qatar Masters, so there is a tradition of them being here. They enjoy here. It definitely gives a lot of prestige to the tournament. But now we should also not forget about all the Indian youngsters, who are not anymore youngsters. They are superstars. Gukesh, Prayananda, Riga, you see, they are just incredibly strong. And I'm very happy always to see all the young players succeed. I'm the coach of Vincent Keimer, so I'm definitely following them very closely. And I feel like they are not concurrents; they are good colleagues. And everyone's success motivates the other to do even more work and more work. And I believe this is also the reason why we see this generation climbing so high and together, because they motivate each other.
That's right. Thank you so much, Peter. Best of luck again to you and Salim for this event as a team, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen with us. He won the first game. Please tell us how the game went today in the first round.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised in the opening. Also, I didn't know what to play on move 1, so I just asked Mohammed, who made the first move, to make a move, and so I thought he played c4. I thought it looks like a good move, so I'll play it. But he surprised me a bit, and I think what I did in the opening was not great, but I think he chose a very concrete approach later, going for some material which was flawed since he had no pieces protecting his king, and then it was a fairly pleasant job attacking after that.
Right. You just came back from the European Club Cup. You won another title. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, no, I feel great about the title. I was supposed to come already here to Qatar on Sunday. There were a lot of problems with the travel, so I only came last night, so I'm a little bit tired. But of course, thrilled about the title in the European Club Cup. Now, hopefully, I'll get some good rest for tomorrow, and I'll be good to go.
Right, you have won the Qatar Masters back in 2015. Are you planning to win this one too?
Yeah. I mean, in 2015 I drew the first round, so I'm already ahead of schedule. So it's just a strong tournament. You cannot really win it on demand, but I feel that I have a good chance.
And you have played in other events here as well in Qatar?
Yeah, I played I played the World Rapid and Blitz in 2016, where I tied for first in both Rapid and Blitz, but I only got bronze and silver on tiebreak, so I still have something to prove here.
Right, and the final question is about how you are going to spend your free time here. Is there any sport that you're in particular interested to play?
I think Qatar is a great country when it comes to sport. So there are all the facilities, and also the weather is nice. So all good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.